at University of Munich, and he has actually written a book on tropical cyclone basic processes and observations with Mike Montgomery of Naval Postgraduate School. And so Roger just wants to give a quick sort of overview of what this book is. I believe he'll tell us about it, I'm sure, but it'll come out, I believe, in the coming months. So yeah, Roger, if you want to go ahead and talk about it. And for those of you online, please feel free to, if you have any questions, to enter them in the chat or raise your hand. And if we have some time, we'll be happy to take questions. Okay, Roger.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I thought it would be very relevant for this conference to mention this book, which has been in the works for about 16 years now. And Susanna Camargo made an interesting remark yesterday. We have to understand the dynamics. Well, this book is largely about the dynamics, how tropical cyclones work. And I can't obviously go into many details. I just wanted to show you some of the chapters that we have. So we start off with observations of tropical cyclones. And then we have a chapter on basic fluid dynamics and moist thermodynamics, which is a kind of primer for people that are not strong in this area. Then we go through barotropic theories of tropical cyclone motion. These lead into vortex axis symmetrization, waves, vortex Rossby waves. And then we have a whole chapter 5 on basically axisymmetric vortex theory, the fundamentals, the balance theory, scale analyses, frictional effects, and then we have a chapter on essentially the observations relating to estimating the boundary layer parameters. We focus a lot on very simple ideas. The two very important ingredients in any vortices, not just tropical cyclones, is one needs a source of rotation and one needs a mechanism to concentrate the rotation. And there were some very nice experiments done by Turner and Lilly quite a long time ago now, maybe 50 years ago, which looked at the very basics. And I would suggest that tropical cyclones are essentially the same. In tropical cyclones, we have normally in the early stages some kind of weak circulation, and convection starts bubbling away in that region, and it's the overturning circulation produced by the convection, of course, which is helping to concentrate the rotation. And then there's another very important aspect in tropical cyclones, and that's the frictional boundary layer. Because of the breakdown in forces near the surface, the boundary layer itself generates an overturning circulation, and one can do a nice experiment with this if you have a beaker and some tea leaves. We go on to a prognostic balance theory for vortex evolution, which turns out to be quite revealing. And then we have a chapter on moist convection, looking at the elements of moist convection which are important for understanding tropical cyclones. Then we have two meaty chapters, chapter 10, which looks at tropical cyclone formation and intensification. We don't consider any distinction between the dynamics of formation and intensification. It's just this forcing of convection intensifying the rotation. And then we develop a conceptual model. And I think it's important that people, when they're studying tropical cyclones, have a conceptual model, a basic idea of how they work. And this is the basic idea that and this is a three-dimensional flow. It's a very three-dimensional situation. We have convection bubbling. That convection is stretching vorticity, producing rotation. There are surface fluxes, surface moisture fluxes, which are helping to keep to maintain the convection. And the convection itself, in a global sense, is producing an overturning circulation, and that concentrates vorticity. And then we have a Stokes theorem, which tells us that the vorticity into any circuit is equal to the integral of the vorticity in the region. And so we have a basic idea of how it works, and then we can construct an azimuthal average view of this paradigm. And there are many elements in this which I really don't have time to go into, I think. But the idea is that just above the boundary layer, absolute angular momentum is being conserved in the inflowing region of the overturning circulation. That's why the vortex spins up. But then there's the effects of the boundary layer, and I just don't have time to cover this in any detail. We have two chapters on Kerry-Emanuel's theories, because they have been central in tropical cyclone research for the last perhaps 40 years. And we divide those into the two kinds of theories. There's one, the intensification theories, and the maximum intensity theory, or PI, potential intensity. The Kerry's theories are entrenched in the literature these days. The Holton and Haken book and the Bob Hauser's book on cloud dynamics. These are the theories that are presented. There are lots of caveats with these theories, and we try and explain those. Then we go on to look at global budgets, the possibility of a steady state, tropical cyclone life cycle, some applications, and we have a short epilogue illustrating some of the ideas in terms of a couple of storms that occurred in the Atlantic this year. I don't think I have time to discuss any more, but we do have this extensive chapter near the end which looks at minimal conceptual models for vortex intensification. We discuss the role of the Wishy feedback, which is a part of Kerry-Emanuel's theories. And we look at applications of this rotating convection paradigm to understanding a whole range of problems as shown here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Certainly an interesting book. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions because we are on a pretty tight schedule this morning. If you do have any questions or things you'd like to talk to Roger about, he'll be around this morning, I'm sure, so feel free to go up to him and talk. Okay, so next we have actually a presentation about a journal. So the outcomes of this meeting are going to be published in a journal that's handled by the Shanghai Typhoon Institute. So let me get out of this. And we have a video that talks about, it's the Tropical Cyclone Research and Review. So there's a video presentation about what this journal is, and I'm just going to go ahead and play it now. So if you could show the screen, please. Great.
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to give you a briefing of our journal, Tropical Cyclone Research and Review. My report consists of 3 parts. Firstly, let me briefly introduce the background of the journal. In 2009, the Working Group on Meteorology of the SGAP-WMO Typhoon Committee had the initial idea of creating a professional academic journal under the framework of the Typhoon Committee. And in 2010, it was officially proposed to launch the journal TCRR. After 2 years of serious discussion and preparation, the first issue of TCRR was co-published by Typhoon Committee and STI of CMA in 2012. The purpose is to provide an effective media to encourage research, exchange achievements, and improve forecasting of TCs. We are proud that TCRR is the only journal in the world focusing on TCs, including its monitoring, forecasting, and research, as well as associated hydrological effects and disaster risk reduction. It fills a gap in previous scientific journals. Most of the editorial board members are world-renowned experts who are active in TC-related fields and have strong international influence. In addition to the associate editors from TC members, we also have editorial board members from India and Australia. As the only professional academic journal under the framework of the Typhoon Committee, TCRR receives stable and strong support from it. With funding from the Typhoon Committee, every year since 2013, we have invited 2 visiting editors to work in the editorial office located at STI for 1 week. Usually, they called for contributions, wrote and submitted articles, and reviewed manuscripts during their stay. If you are interested in becoming a visiting editor, you are also welcome to pay attention to the relevant annual Typhoon Committee's announcement. Since its launch in February 2012, totally 43 issues have been published. Among them, we have 5 special issues for WMO IWTC-9, WMO IWTC-LP4, and TECO and Session 50 of Typhoon Committee. Authors come from 17 different countries and regions. 2/3 of them are international authors. Quality of the journal is ensured by strict peer review, with 2/3 of the reviewers are overseas experts. We are committed to providing professional, fast typesetting and publishing services for our authors. So we cooperate with globally familiar publisher Elsewhere, and the ScholarOne manuscripts submission and peer review system is employed too. One of the benefits of cooperating with Elsewhere is that TCRR can further enhance journal influence through its services. In addition, members of the editorial office also actively participated in the international conferences to promote the journal. TCRR has been included in 3 full-text databases, including Science Direct of Elsewhere, DOAJ, and CNKI. As a result, all of the published papers are easily and freely available from these full-text databases. This year, we have also started applying to join Scopus. Based on the statistic data, our readers spread over 126 countries, and the full-text download capacity via Science Direct alone in the most recent year exceeded 137,000 times. 40 articles published during 2020 and 2021 have been cited 130 times. The citing journals include many well-known academic journals. TCRR has been included in the Emerging Sources Citation Index owned by the Clarivate. In accordance with its recent announcement that all Web of Science core collection journals will receive an impact factor next year, we anticipate receiving the first official impact factor in June 2023. In the 2 special issues based on IWTC-9, We had comprehensive and wonderful reviews of the latest progress in TC track forecasting, seasonal and subseasonal TC forecasting, operational and research advances on TC intensity change, etc. Here, I would like to take this opportunity to invite your contributions for the special issue for IWTC-10. We appreciate your great and continued support to TCRR, and we will try our best to provide you better services, such as rapid publication and waiver of open access fee, etc. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us directly. Many thanks for your attention.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let us move on now. So now we're going to shift gears a little bit. So there has been, over the past, 10 years, or maybe a little more than 10 years, there have been 3 separate research development projects and forecast demonstration projects sponsored by the WMO World Weather Research Program. And these include, and you'll hear some information about them right now, TLFDP, the Typhoon Landfall Forecast Development Project, Forecast Demonstration Project. I'm not going to go through the acronyms. You'll hear them in the talks. So anyway, so we're going to hear 3 talks from 3 separate projects. The first one will be TLFDP, and so Dr. Hui Yu is going to talk about that right now.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Good morning, everyone. I will talk to you about the TLFDP, Typhoon Landfall Forecast Demonstration Project. First of all, I would like to thank my writing team. Especially thanks go to Mr. Guomin Chen, Mr. Wai-King Wong, Mr. Jonathan Wai for their significant efforts during the preparation of this report. Well, TLFDP, this is a long story. TLFDP was launched in 2010 with the primary objectives to enhance the capability of weather forecasters and related decision makers to use effectively the most advanced TC forecasting techniques, and thus to improve the capability of landfall typhoon prevention and disaster reduction. During the past 13 years, the main themes has been moved from the check to genesis, intensity, and precipitation, and in the 4th phase, the probabilistic forecast. Here, I would like to mention about Professor Lianxiu Chen first. He is the chair of the ISSC of the project phase 1 and phase 2. I think some of you here are very familiar with Professor Lianxiu Chen. One thing that I would like to mention here is that, as I know, he is the only one who has attended the IWTC 1 through 9, all the 9 events before these 10th events. And I would like also to express my thanks to Professor Ajita Tyagi as the chair of the ISSC for the 3rd and 4th phase. Professor Tyagi, yeah, is there. Thank you. And during all these years, there is a total of 40 agencies, organizations, or projects have participated in the activities of the project as shown on this map. All these agencies has a significantly wide regional coverage and contributing through a variety of ways, including providing data, participating in the training activities, developing forecast or verification techniques and tools, and so on. And the project has achieved major progress in these 5 aspects: collecting and the sharing of TC data, development and application of forecast verification metrics, research on TC predictability, development of new TC forecast techniques, survey workshops and training activities. And here I show you some numbers. In addition to the 40 participating agencies, we have 14 participating data sets. And the project has carried out 5 surveys and held 8 training courses and or project workshops. And it also collaborated with the UN ESCAP WMO Taiwan Committee to support 17 research fellowship projects. And the outcomes include more than 90 publications, more than 10 forecast verification reports, and more than 10 new TC forecast techniques. I will only go very quickly through some highlights of the progress of the project. Here I show you the list of the data sets participating in this project. All the information that I provided in this presentation has been uploaded to the workshop website, so I won't go into any details of these data sets. Here I just show you an example data set that is the Hong Kong Observatory Tropical Cyclone Reconnaissance Flights JobSong data. Here is an example, 2 example charts for the wind measurements around Kampassu in 2021. And another achievement is the development and application of the TC forecast verification metrics. Since 2013, the project released the annual TC forecast verification report for the Western North Pacific region. And since 2019, it released the annual TC forecast verification report for global TC basins. That's an activity to support the leading center of the tropical cyclone forecast verification. You can have all these reports through the TFDP website. And in these verification activities, there is a total of more than 30 forecast verification metrics has been used in the project, including those routinely used in operation, and also there is also a number newly developed or introduced metrics. And a series of research has been carried out on the TC predictability, varying from check, intensity, size, wind, and precipitation. Here, I only show you 2 recent examples. One is on TC check. Here you can see that this is the major conclusion for this study is that the TC check forecast in the Western North Pacific have been improved with noticeable stepwise features during the past 30 years, which corresponding quite well to the development of the objective guidance. And it is projected that the presumed limit of the predictability may be reached in about 15 years. And another example is on the sensitivity of intensity simulation to the model horizontal and vertical resolution. I will not go into details of this research. And a series of new TC forecast techniques have also been developed during all these years. The number is about 14. And major part is techniques based on the numerical weather prediction models or EPS forecast products. And there is also a recent trend there to apply the AI or machine learning techniques in developing the new TC forecast techniques. And here I show 2 examples for the newly developed products based on the EPS products. Here you can see the diagnostic plot showing variations across 13-member GEFS ensemble for a hurricane that is progress achieved by Dr. Jonathan Wai in this year. And another chart show you 70% probability ellipse forecast of the check with the strike probability of the major coastal cities as forecast by that's a regional EPS forecast system. And all these EPS-based products are now providing to the forecasters in a real-time manner. And a series of surveys, workshops, and training activities also have been carried out, including a survey on the operational status of TC forecast verification in the Western North Pacific region, and a survey on the public and forecasters' opinions on typhoon warnings in Shanghai region. That those two are made in 2012. And the most recent survey was on, under the framework of the TC-PFP led by Dr. Jason Daniel. And there are also some recent activities on the post-assessment of the tropical cyclone impacts carried out by Hong Kong Observatory and STI. And a series of training courses on TC forecast technology and project workshops has been held together with projects. There is a total of 17 projects related to the activities or themes of the TFDP under Typhoon Committee Fellowship Program. And here I just show you an example, a recent example of the Typhoon Committee Fellowship Project hosted by Hong Kong Observatory. In this project, the researchers look into the wind structure forecast of the ECMWF products. They performed the verification using the method of the objective-based, sorry, that's a mode, shortened as the mode. It's an objective-based verification technique, and according to my knowledge, it is the first time that this objective-based idea has been applied to the verification of the wind structure forecast. Now the future plans. As planned, the TFDP project will end in this month as an WMO FTP project. And part of the work will continue supported by the newly established Asia Pacific Typhoon Collaborative Research Center and STI. And I think all you know the TCPFP is also under the TFDP framework, and that part of the project will continue as a GDPFS pilot project and also a WRP project. Well, once again, the TFDP reports and publications are available at the project website, and the project progress report has been uploaded to the IWTC-10 website. You can download the report there, and please kindly note that the report is still under internal review and will be updated if any further revisions. Well, now this is the final slide of my talk, acknowledgement. 13 years is quite a long time. I don't think I can have time to thank all the individuals and agencies one by one who have ever participated in or supported the TFDP activities. Instead, I choose to show you this figure. This is a comparison of the mean check forecast errors during two periods, 2009 to 2014 and 2015 to 2020. The upper bound of the shared area is the maximum error among the 3 agencies, CMA, JTWCR, SMC, Tokyo. And the lower bound is the minimum value. We can see that the best performer is getting improved together with the narrowing of the difference between the best and the poorest performer. I think these two aspects has embodied clearly the value of international cooperation, and I think that are those are the main reasons we need to have the WMO and have the workshops like IWTC that we are having here. And I think TLFDP is just a very small part of the whole story. Okay, thank you, 谢谢。
Thank you, Hui. That was a really nice, that last figure is a really nice summary of, like you said, the value of the international cooperation that really, it forms a lot of the root of what we do here at IWTC. So we will have time for questions, but we have 2 more presentations. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one. So the next one is going to be discussions about a field campaign or a project that's also based out of Shanghai Typhoon Institute that really collects some novel observations of landfalling typhoons, including ground-based, airborne, and unmanned systems. So that project is called Exotica, and Dr. Jay Tong from STI is going to be presenting that. So Jay, you're online. Are you able to share your screen? There he is. And make sure you unmute too, please. We can see your screen.
Okay.
Yep.
You can see my screen now?
Yes, and we can hear you too, so please go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Roger. Thanks, Rob. And I'm sorry for my absence of this meeting. It's a great pity for me. Okay. On behalf of Dr. Xiaotu Lei and Dr. Waiting Wang, I will introduce the progress of Exotica. Okay. Sorry. Here is my content. Exotica just started in 2023, and in the 2016, so we have a first joint workshop with the TFDP and Updraft. In 2019, Exotica have come into Exotica phase 2, and during the past several years, we have made some new progress. I will introduce it to you all. I think the first question is there's some difference between Exotica 1 and Exotica phase 2. And during past several years, we come into Exotica phase 2. We have more platforms. We utilize satellite, aircraft, and land observation, multi-platform observations. More instruments join us, for example, LiDAR, Robsons, SFMR, and other new observation method. And more units join us. And our teams from in the first phase, we had our field campaign team just less than 10 people. But now we are always 50 or even 100. And we collect many data and for research, operation, and model development. And in the phase 2 of Exotic, we just use air, space, surface, ocean team experiment from different schemes. And every year we have some goals. I think that the most important is operational goals. And every year we want to plan catch 1 to 3 cases every year. And we'll try to build a set of typhoon field scheme based on surface, ocean, air, satellite unified platform. And some observation studies were based on experiment data. And more important is the scientific goals. And we focus on offshore typhoon identification and fine scale structure characters in boundary layer. And together with Updraft, we will focus on cloud and precipitation macrophysics. And we will also focus the exchange of massive energy and momentum between the stratosphere and troposphere. And together with TFDP, we we put a lot of time and efforts on Typhoon data set based on website. And I will introduce our experiment during past year. We just use, for example, airshield and UAV and different UAV and satellite and glider and some UAS and other traditional surface and ocean observation. And we have several kinds of UAV. I will introduce one by one. And here is it's an international cooperation project we together with Hong Kong Observatory. We just focused South China Sea observation, and we just finished the experiment management from stage pre-experiment scheme and ongoing scheme and experiment report. Here and as we all see that different with our HRT colleagues, our observation area is very small. So we want to build another multi-UAV experiment design like clip scheme. Here is our large UAV takeoff. This UAV can take a maximum 1 ton of observation instrument. During this observation, we just captured the wind structure, cloud structure, and carry the airborne LiDAR. And our maximum wind is more than 30 meters per second. We captured all the microphysics. And this is LC interaction observation with aircraft and with a buoy together focused on the LC interaction. And here's another small UAV. This aircraft just fly about 500 to 1,000 meters. That is generally it's a boundary layer observation. And this is another small UAV. This is very like the Coyote of NOAA. And we just fly take off the UAV from first 100 meters, and then to 500 meters, and then 100 meters, and then 500 meters, and the last we just fly into the sea. Also, it just before the typhoon landfall. Here is the LC interaction, just the LC turbulence. The aircraft is about 100 meters, and it's in the core, in the eye, in the inner eye. And we also deployed 100 tower in the Sanya over here, and just 100 tower just and in 2020. In this year, we are very lucky. We captured about 6 to 7 tropical cyclone from this different scale, and we captured all of the structure and get many data in this year. And we also captured the Havanaka, the wind boundary layer evolution. We captured the whole evolution, boundary layer evolution. And we also, together with other units, we deployed many ocean observation. And with glider, US, and we also built a database. And during last year, we are also deployed begin some LiDAR and satellite observation. And we could deploy about 10 GPS zones, and 4 to 5 of them are in the inner core of Taiwan infra. And our LiDAR also captures the landfalling process of Taiwan infra. We just capture the eye, and our observation point is very near with the landfall point. And during this year, we also deploy some LiDAR observation in the downtown region of Shanghai and Lingang of Shanghai. It's Lujiazui. We just deploy 2 to 3 LiDAR that capture the Windows fast-scale with structure evolution during the typhoon move from process, just go through the Shanghai. And this year, we also deployed 5 rockets, and each of them just will carry the 6 to 8 drop zones over here this year. And that maximum height of this rocket will be about 70 kilometers. So it's a very high level observation. And all of the data we are beginning to sharing the data by website and together with TFDP. And since last year, we just get more than 20 downloads. And we also get some technical and research studies. And we in the type of environment, we evaluated the LiDAR observation, and we also evaluated of the range distributor under strong wind, and we also focused the range of the distribution by the range distributor, and we also use the LiDAR network during typhoon Likima. We just capture a whole wind structure and focused something together with the Hong Kong Observatory. We also focused some after the and in the next year we have finished a new main aircraft, the Clean Air 350 has been finished. Maybe we will begin our aircraft observation next year. And in the future, more scientific experiment will be employed and we are more focused on the city environment for the typhoon fast-scale wind structure and the air-sea interaction under typhoon environment in the offshore region. And experiment data set under the support of APCRC more where can be used and more fruitful data and fruitful study fruit and the gale radius and data estimation and physics scheme maybe can be employed. That's all. Here's our future exotic. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. It's exciting to see the emerging technologies and the new observations you're collecting and the research that will flow from that. Okay, so again, we'll have time for some questions after the third experiment called Updraft, whose focus is primarily on rainfall from landfalling typhoons, using a variety of observational and modeling studies. So if we could share the screen.
The scientific objectives of Updraft are understanding of key physical processes governing rainfall associated with landfalling tropical cyclones, identify the deficiencies of state-of-the-art operational NWP models in predicting rainfall associated with tropical cyclones, optimal forecasting systems for predicting rainfall associated with landfalling tropical cyclones. Here is the organizational structure. The PI is Kun Zhao, and the secretary is Tao Yongpen and Nanette. The International Scientific Steering Committee includes 10 scientists, and we have 5 technical support teams: observing, modeling and understanding, forecasting, and data management. The observing group including multi-scale, multi-platform, and multi-target. Understanding group including environmental forcing, land surface process, microphysical process. The modeling group including the important process and improving representation. Here is our research plan. For observation, we cooperated with the Exotica project, including measurements of momentum, heating, and evaporative fluxes, measurements of aerosol concentration, CCN, called microphysical parameters and hydrometers, and the high temporal spatial distribution of precipitation from radar network. For understanding, we focus on the impact of the aerosol on the rainfall intensity and distribution data simulation techniques for dual-pole radar and satellite data. Let's see the second part, recent process and highlights. First is highlight 1. The goal of the field campaign cooperated with the Exotica Hong Kong Observatory is to observe the atmosphere conditions, aerosol, cloud, and precipitation microphysical parameters by using multi-observational platforms such as radars, tower, and video sensors. The rain bands of 10 tropical cyclones have been captured during the field campaign from 2014, including Typhoon Likima and Infar. As we know, Infar resulted in the extreme rainfall in Zhengzhou and caused destructive floods and huge loss of lives and property. The extreme rain-producing convective storm was fed by the moisture supply from the Typhoon Infar and maintained by the dynamical lifting of low-level converging flows. The lossless flow originated from the mesoscale barrier jet on the eastern slope of the Taihang Mountains. Convection is relatively deeper over the plain regions, with ice particles distributed throughout the higher vertical layers over the freezing level. Surface rainfall near mountain regions is dominantly contributed by the high concentration and small raindrops produced by efficient warm rain process. Next is a highlight 2. Based on 2D video observation for net-falling tropical cyclones, the convective precipitation in TC rain bands in continental China contains higher concentration of small raindrops compared to Atlantic TCs and TCs in similar climate regions. Warm rain processes with small drops and high concentration and dominate in the inner rain band. Based on the radar observation, the microphysical characteristics varied in the quadrants of the Typhoon Likima. Warm rain processes governed the intensification of rain below the melting layer in both upshare left and upshare right outer eye walls. However, in the upshare right quadrant, interactions of the vortex recipe waves significantly enhanced the updraft on the outer edge of the outer eye wall, boosting the rainmaking process and the grapple formation above the melting layer and generating the heaviest rainfall. Next is highlight 3. We studied the impact of the urban surface processes based on the observation and the numerical experiments. In general, the predicted rainfall in urban are more and closer to observation, because the urban can increase the friction and convergence and make the region unstable, then enhancing the rainfall. We have also investigated the impact of synoptic pattern on the precipitation asymmetry. It is found that the rainfall area of net-falling tropical cyclone is positively correlated to the middle-level environmental relative humidity. The larger the surrounding relative humidity before tropical cyclone landfall, especially in the southern quadrant of the tropical cyclone, always lead to the larger the rainfall coverage at landfall. We have also investigated the impact of the sea-land contrast on the asymmetry rainfall distribution and diurnal cycles. We found that for TC stored and the shoreline, peak rainfall over land next at over sea by 8 to 12 hours. In contrast, for net falling tropical cyclones, the offset in peak rainfall time between land and sea stems from the influence of the land-sea thermal and roughly contrast on the atmosphere. Finally is the highlight 4. We have developed the TRAPS modeling system, including typhoon dynamical initialization, rapid cyclone radar data simulation, atmospheric ocean wave coupled, boundary layer parameterization, CAMS cloud microfake parameterization. We have continued to cooperate with CAMS to improve the forecast system TRAPS and developing ensemble forecast and deep learning method. For example, we have improved the microphysical scheme with the effect of the aerosol and wind shear based on the parametric radar observation and evaluation. The result shows the rainfall structure from new scheme is closer to the observation. The radar data simulation traditional method is also improved. Salient data are evenly distributed and the observation near TC inner core can be fully used in new system. We have developed a hybrid ensemble 3D with dynamic constraint and added the weak penalty constraint term in the hybrid data simulation system. When the radar data are assimilated, the simulation of rainfall is much improved, and the weak penalty constraint, named WPEC option, is added for WFDA system. We have modified the PBL parameters, including the drag and enthalpy exchange coefficient, which can improve the simulation of drag and intensity, and the precipitation also varies with the change of PBL parameters. Based on the AI methods, we have developed the log-casting rainfall of net falling TCs using parametric radar observation. A novel deep learning model, FuNet, is designed for extracting information from multiple input variables to make prediction. Since parametric radar variables can provide the extra microfix and the dynamic structure information, the predicted rainfall has been greatly improved. Based on our achievement, we have published more than 50 papers, including 2 BAMs and 2 AGU-EOS highlight papers. The website is online, and the observed data, including more than 10 tropical cyclones during the field campaign, can be accessed from the website. Finally, I would like to introduce the international activities of Updraft. We also have some international activities, including 12th annual meeting of the WGTMR invited talks, WMO training course, 15th meeting of ISMCS. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thanks, Kun. That was a really nice presentation. Okay, so those are the 3 talks. As you can see, it covers a wide spectrum of activities ranging from observational collection to model development research to forecast improvement. So it's a nice spectrum of, I think, what we try to do here and encourage through IWTC. So we do have time for questions for any of our 3 presenters. So if anyone has a question in the room, please raise your hand, or online. Feel free to type in the chat or raise your hand in the Zoom. Are there any questions?
Rob, I have a question.
Yeah, Pete, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to congratulate Tang Ji for his fantastic work with the Exotica project this year. And I wanted to ask Ji, how many rocket-based dropzone observations did you get from the various storms this year, and were any of them concentrated in the inner core near the eye wall?
Okay. Thanks for Peter's and long time no see. Okay. And this year we just deployed 5 5 rockets, and each of them carried about 6 drop zones. But we are not very lucky that the rocket does not have a chance to fly into the inner core region of typhoon, because during our campaign period, in the South China Sea, there is not enough tropical cyclone at that time. Maybe we expect the next year we can get more data. But we have proved this kind of technique and rockets can be convinced and is very useful.
So you acquired data for something on the order of 30 drop zones in the environment around tropical cyclones this year. That's a fantastic accomplishment. I'm so happy to hear that, Ji, because the work we did back in 2015 and Mujigahi, was just the beginning, and now finally, after 6 years, you were able to repeat this experiment again with many more songs.
Yeah. So we hope maybe we can, in the near future, we can invite you and other typhoon scientists to work together to analyze this kind of all of this data and work together and maybe find some new findings.
Well, thanks very much. I very much would look forward to looking at this new data, comparing some of the profiles with what we were able to obtain in Mujigahi. So it's pretty exciting, and look forward to that very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Thanks, Jay. Any other questions? Yes, we have a hand raised here. Oh, there's a microphone coming. So he's standing up, Joe. You see him? And then we'll get to the others too.
I have a question on the Exotica's UAV observation, the bigger one. And my question is, how high does it go and how long can it travel? And also, in your presentation, you showed some results from aircraft-based LiDAR. And does it equipped with UAV too? So that's my question.
Okay, Jay, did you hear that question? For Exotica? Jay Tong, are you there? Are you online? Is he still on the Zoom, Muniko? There we go. Hey, Jay, did you hear that question?
Oh, no, it's okay for me.
Okay,
no.
Okay, I can repeat. My question is about your Exotica's UAV, especially about the big one. And my question is, how high does it go, and how far does it travel? And also, you showed results from airborne LiDAR. So my third question is whether it's equipped with UAV or manned different aircraft.
Okay. This is experiment deployed about 2 years ago in the Typhoon Naka, and the large UAV carried airborne LiDAR just about 300 kilometers far from the typhoon center. That's about 1 day before typhoon landfalling. So the maximum wind we observed is about 32 to 34 meters per second. But it should admit that it's quite far from the typhoon center. We did not get the enough inner core data by this kind of UAV. That's our problem. And then maybe we expect that maybe we can resolve it in the next year. In the next year, we get some more powerful UAV, but we still need some opportunities. Thank you.
So Jay, the LiDAR, does that fly on the manned aircraft?
Up till now, we did not. The next year, maybe the main aircraft that cannot carry the airborne lidar, but we can. But we have designed to carry SFMR and other instruments.
Okay, and then the UAV, the large one that you showed, what altitude does it fly? How high does it fly?
It's about 4,000 meters just in the high.
And do you know
4,000 meters.
Okay, and do you know the range? Like how far can it fly?
Range, the larger. You mean the largest UAV?
Yeah,
largest one?
yeah, the large one.
That is the maximum. Actually, from technically from this kind of UAV can maximum distance it's more than 5,000 kilometers. But our observatory campaign region is very small because the other aircraft information zone controllers we cannot find in other for our Philippine zone.
Okay.
That's our problem.
Okay, thank you. We have another question there, Benjamin.
Yes, this is also for Exotica. First of all, congratulations for such comprehensive observational platforms. And I was wondering if you have, or the team has plans to also have current measurements in the ocean. For instance, in the Gulf of Mexico, we have noticed that the velocity field in the ocean can have a significant impact on upwelling, SST cooling, the fluxes that feed the storm. And I have the impression that you might be in the shadow of the Kuroshio current, so probably that could be something to consider, having measurements of currents.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you very clearly. Can you say it again, or in simple words? I cannot catch you very clearly. I'm sorry.
Yes, in short, the question would be if you are considering also obtaining measurements of velocity in the ocean.
Yes, we have a lot of ocean observation now, and by some cooperation and data exchange, and maybe in the near future we just work with other units, just maybe, but we have some more problems. Maybe, for example, in the ocean region near Philippines and Vietnam, we cannot deploy this kind of instruments now. So we want to more international cooperation, and maybe we can work together and observe this data, ocean observation together.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? I saw another hand, I thought. Anything online?
Yeah, I had another question, Rob, if I could sneak it in here.
Okay, go ahead, Pete.
Gee, I heard you mention the SFMR observations. Has the SFMR now been installed on the HKO Bombardier jet, the new jet that they've been flying the last couple of years? Do you have data from this past season?
We have installed SFMR in our main aircraft, the Air King R350. But we did not start our first observation. We once upon a time we expect we want to execute our observation in November, but we did not find any tropical cyclone in November in South China Sea. So we expect next year. But
Okay,
SFMR, it works now.
Fantastic. So you have a King Air now. This is different from the Korean King Air, and is this one that you fly from Shanghai?
I think it's similar with Korean, but it's not the same aircraft. But we are the same, but it's different, another plane.
Okay, that sounds fantastic, Xi. Expansion of your observing capability in the airborne area, especially with SFMR. That's very exciting.
Yes, I think so. I also think so. Thank you.
Actually, I have a question for Jay, Chair's prerogative. Is there any interest? So you're describing a lot of these aircraft missions for research purposes. Has there been any interest from the forecast agency in the data that you collect in typhoons? Like, would they like that
You mean
information in
forecast?
real time?
No, up to now we did not get put our observation data into forecast operation in real time. Because there are many problems. But from the last year, we put in our satellite and lidar observation to help to verify the wind radius from last year. But it's not real time. But I think it's
Is that something
one
you're trying-
day.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hmm?
I was just
Sorry?
curious, so that's something that you are trying to do, though? Are you trying to actively encourage?
We're trying to, but it's still near a small time. We're trying to, but we cannot. What we can do just follow HRD. You did maybe 10 years or 20 years ago, but you only mean the data transmission and some data quality control take too much time. We still need several years to fix all of these technical problems.
Okay. Maybe a possible area for interaction down the road is to try to work with something like TLFDP or the follow-on experiments to get the data into like a data assimilation system or something. But anyway, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I know there's someone online, but any other questions in the room first? Okay, so I believe Mike Montgomery had a question or a comment. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, thanks, Raj. No, I didn't have a question or comment.
Oh,
Oh.
sorry. I was told you did.
All right.
Okay.
I was making some comments. Yeah, I was making some comments in the chat box.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying that I guess I was just expressing the idea that I think this recent data that Jay has been discussing is actually potentially quite, I agree with Pete, it's quite interesting. And, but, having these new data sets is terrific, but without having underlying conceptual model of how tropical cyclone works and understanding the dynamics of how they work is it's going to make things pretty difficult. So I was just commenting that the data has to go hand in hand with scientific hypotheses and understanding. I don't think many people would. I don't think many people would disagree with that.
No, I certainly don't. So, thanks, Mike. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Nothing else online, Munihiko? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
So, Benjamin.
Actually, this would be a question for Mike. In his view, what we are missing in the observations to actually be consistent with the conceptual model that they might have in mind? What would be the suggestion?
Oh.
What should we measure?
So, Mike, that was at you, directed to you.
That's a good question. What's missing? Well, geez. I mean, I think Pete was kind of hinting at it, and maybe Rob was hinting at it, but a sampling of the inner core around the eye wall is really important, in addition to sampling the environment, because if you're trying to make an association between processes that are taking place in the environment and how they impact the inner core, you have to observe the inner core as well, and you have to observe it with fairly good, sampling with Doppler radar, with dropsondes, with, now with some of these UAVs, which are very exciting. But so I guess coordinated interaction between the inner core and the outer environment sampling, I think is really, really important. If we don't have that, and if we don't have coverage, fairly good coverage of this system scale circulation, then I don't think it's going to be very useful ultimately. I mean, rapid deployment of dropsondes, for example, along a flight track for say the Global Hawk or the B-57 or something is great, but if you're not covering the entire azimuthal average of the storm, it's misguided.
And
So
Rob, if I could just add to what Mike was just saying here, Mike, I think Xi and the folks at STI are doing a fantastic job in combining new technologies. This rocket dropson technology, being able to gather as many as 30 sons in the environment around typhoons. At the same time, now that they have the capability to fly SFMR in close, maybe not through the eye wall yet, but in the environment around the storm, that's a source of a terrific new data set for Westpac.
Terrific. I agree.
Okay, thanks. We have a couple more minutes for questions, or a couple raised hands I see. So, okay, Munahuka, who had their hands raised first? Yeah. I can't. Who?
So this is Jiayi from EMC.
Okay.
NSAP.
Yep.
Okay. So actually, for the observation, we're missing a lot. So our goal is to reconstruct 3D and 4D data set for the hurricane or typhoon life cycle. So that's a big task. So from the ocean, right, from the bottom to head, so that all of our current observation typhoon hurricane is the initial vortex. So those structure is far away from the observation. So yeah, it's a lot of work to do. But so STM make a lot of progress. So we have some new data source available. So let's keep a good work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roger, you had something?
Well, there was the question to Mike about what observations does one require to what observations does one require to sort of verify this conceptual model we've been talking about. But I think when one's designing experiments, you need to have some kind of hypothesis in mind of what is the real question you're trying to answer with this experiment. And then you need a conceptual framework as to how you... The model that we've developed is based on Newton's laws of motion, and I don't think we are going to question Newton's laws of motion in application to these things. But sometimes, I mean, some of these experiments seem to be formed on the idea, okay, you collect everything you possibly can, and you feed it into a data assimilation system and see how good the predictions are. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but unless you have some hypotheses about what you're trying to discover, what are the unknown questions, and how will these data you're collecting help you in that regard, I think that's the important thing in experiments.
I agree. I mean, a good conceptual model can help you also with experimental design as well as data analysis and interpretation. So I think that's a crucial part. All right, we have time, a little bit more time. Was there someone else? A fun part. This is the recommendations committee. I'm going to give the floor to our recommendations chair, Kim Wood. Stand by, we're getting an updated presentation here. Okay, well, we're getting another presentation first.
No audio, Rob.
Okay, we have another presentation we're trying to load up. Just stand by.
All right, so for some context, first of all, while this is up, please, if you see any of the folks around who are listed here, please give them a huge thank you, because it's a very big ask to go from all of your wonderful breakout conversations to notes to filtering notes, to talking about the filtered notes, to making recommendations that are broader in scope, appropriate to the IWTC theme, and fewer than what we started with. So we, for a little bit of context, in case I ever look a little bit lost up here, our meeting deliberations last night concluded this morning. We were up till after midnight finishing up these recommendations. So before I dive into the recommendations themselves, I wanted to give you a little bit of context for what went into them. Thank you, Joe, for bringing that up. So these are very, very brief summaries of the notes we received and compiled from the breakout sessions. So another big thank you to the leaders of those sessions to facilitate those conversations, which are critical elements of this workshop, and the note takers, some of whom served multiple times, in recording the results of those conversations. I do have a disclaimer here. What I'm about to show you is not comprehensive. There's no way we can cover it all. For example, topic 5 alone had 7 single-spaced pages of notes. I'm not going to show all of that to you here. But I do want to emphasize that we still have that material. So when reports come out after the fact, such as the publications that will appear in TCRR, we have those materials still available for reference, for considering what needs to go into those. So if you do not see your words recorded here, know that we still have those in the notes elsewhere. So going through the topics, some of the themes that came out of the special session that we held on Monday, which kind of feels like a while ago now, is that it's critical to tailor our communication of hazards and impacts to local communities, because without that context, we are not ensuring that what is being communicated can turn into something actionable. We need to consider the prior knowledge of those receiving the warnings, prior TC experience. What kind of education and training have they had? Where do they live? Do they understand their geographic point of reference for the types of impacts they could experience? So education and outreach efforts are a key part of the decision-making process and how we can better serve through science and communication from forecasters those decisions that need to be made. Something else that came up was this idea of trust, consistency in messaging across agencies and throughout a particular TC event, that desire for impact-based forecasting, which came up again in other topics, and a desire for the sharing of experience and resources. They don't need the ins and outs of the data, but they want to be able to talk through what worked, what didn't, and how can I learn from other folks who also have to deal with TC impacts. Moving on to remote sensing, more data please. That was a very strong theme in the discussions from the first topic. More frequent and detailed observations, so higher spatial, higher temporal resolution to help fill the gaps, concerns about polar orbiting satellites because of the nature of their orbit, they're not observing the tropics as often, and that larger observational data sets would support advances in using machine learning approaches. Also, a repeated concern is, yeah, aircraft recon is awesome, as we saw from this morning, but not everyone can afford to run aircraft recon programs. And so there was a desire for sharing of those data to support analysis. Thing that came out of how big a storm is, that sort of thing. Oops, spoiler for the next topic. We need to have confidence in our data so that we can develop these tools through AI and machine learning. Desire for cost-effective observations beyond aircraft, including those in the ocean, and to involve forecaster input from the beginning of the research process. Don't bring in the forecasters after the researchers have figured everything out, because it's possible what they developed is not operationally relevant or operationally viable due to the short time frame in which forecasters have to perform their analyses. More data, please. Notice a theme. Also notice the AI theme. Most of the topics came with draft recommendations that included explicit reference to AI and machine learning. This one had a little bit more dialogue about definitions for secondary eye wall formation, eye wall replacement cycles, and phase transitions. But definitions should not be the focus if they come at the cost of making things more complicated for the forecasters. So just to have that context, forecasters really want researchers to have operational context for tools that they develop. I'm becoming a broken record, so I'm going through these faster and faster and faster. Some things that also were discussed is, hey, we need ways to access databases. We need places to host databases. We need examples of how other people do things. And some frameworks already exist that potentially we can capitalize on, such as the Severe Weather Forecasting Project that could give examples of methods that are used across different operational centers to conduct their analyses and their forecasts. When it came to forecasting hazards and impacts, there were some callbacks to the first session on communicating hazards and impacts. And this idea of education and training ahead of time came up again and again. Warnings are going to be less digestible by their audiences if they are filled with unfamiliar jargon or just concepts that they haven't thought about before. Whereas if they've thought about it before, they're more likely to be able to digest information and take action as a result. Another theme that came up from this one is involving forecasters earlier in the research process, and that if we are developing tools reliant on AI and machine learning, that it be explainable AI, that we can connect the output back to physical mechanisms and real-world impacts. And just in case you thought I forgot to put it on here, more data, please. There was a call from a couple different groups about these databases of past impacts, because it's hard to assess risk if you don't know what's already happened in a location. And if you had those databases, you could assess risk, you could develop training tools, and conduct outreach relevant to the local community trying to be served, tying back to that idea from the first session about the value of connecting to local communities. Variability beyond the synoptic scale is yet another one that wants more data, wants reliable, consistent data over a long period of time. We talked about this during the discussion yesterday at the end of the session, how needed it is to have a longer period of record to be able to say, this is the current state of TC trends, so that we have that context for how those trends might change into the future. And when doing S2S, any sort of forecast or assessment, it needs to be relevant to forecasters and other stakeholders. So there's this idea of relevance coming out, of context, which is really important when we're thinking about what recommendations we want to come out of this workshop. So that is the summary of the different topics, breakout sessions, and the themes that came out of those. What do I need to do to bring up the next presentation? I was hiding. All right, so back to this list of fantastic folks who gave up a whole lot of their time and some of their sleep to assist with this distillation process. So my deepest, most heartfelt gratitude to everyone listed here for contributing their thoughts. So behind the scenes, and sometimes not so behind the scenes, we took in all those notes, we looked at cross-cutting themes, emerging trends, that sort of thing. We started assembling draft recommendations from the breakout sessions, from what was proposed by the breakout sessions, and spent a lot of time talking, wordsmithing, that sort of thing. So again, a huge thank you to everyone who was on here. So I just went over these topics, but I wanted to remind you in bold here what the theme of IWTC-10 is, which is improved TC science and services for better decision making. So there's this end goal in mind throughout that we're trying to support improved decision making. Some context for the recommendations we're about to go through. These were questions we were asking ourselves and what you should be asking of these recommendations that we're to present to you for whether it should be tweaked or go ahead and be ratified as a recommendation that comes out of this workshop. Is it relevant to the theme? And if so, how relevant is it? Can we make progress in the last 4 years? Rob did a nice job earlier this week of reporting on the IWTC-9 recommendations. So at IWTC-11, the same thing's going to happen with this list that we present here. Which community does it target? Is it for researchers? Is it for operational forecasters? Is it for the WMO? Is it for them to partner up to be able to accomplish this? Is it a reasonable ask for that community? We want all the things, but we can't get all the things. We need to focus on certain ones that we can possibly make progress on in the next 4 years. And also, is the scope reasonable? It isn't just about resources, does it fit within what they're capable of doing? On Monday, we started off with a great presentation talking about the value chain. So in the past at IWTC for these recommendation presentations, they went by topic. We're not doing that. They're organized by where they fit in the value chain. And so we designed a lot further. All right, so here is the first recommendation. The main recommendation text is bigger. The community or communities being targeted is over here in the brackets. Which mountain it corresponds to in the value chain cycle is up here in the upper right. And then hopefully everyone can at least see this. There's some reasoning to help motivate the recommendation. So what would be seen as an outcome from this workshop as a recommendation is this text here and the community it's targeting. So this first one is explore the development and deployment of cost-effective technologies such as balloons, gliders, and uncrewed aerial systems for collecting in situ measurements of subsurface, air-sea interface, lower boundary layer, and three-dimensional measurements of kinematic and thermodynamic fields in the TC inner core and environment. Just this morning, we had talk about how we want that underlying scientific set of hypotheses, that conceptual model, to interpret data like this. But we also need the data to be able to see whether those conceptual models are accurate. So there's a two-way street going on here. So our task, per recommendation, there's 21, is how do you feel about this wording? What should change, if anything? And does this fit within the scope of what we want to see come out of IWTC-10?
So if anyone has any feedback, please raise your hand. Kim, do we want to allow online feedback too?
It depends on time. I would like there to be online feedback, but we should focus on those in the room just for the sake of time because we are on a time limit here for our LOC folks.
Okay, yes. I'll be running the microphone around as well as others.
Hello, good morning, thank you. Just a linguistic point on the word of cost effective. It is as if traditional methods like aircraft reconnaissance is not entirely cost effective. So we might find an alternative wording such that the word cost effective is not comparative to, say, certain existing technologies.
So the comment was, just to repeat for everyone, is that there's concern about the term specifically cost-effective due to the potential implication that more expensive options are not cost-effective. And so there could be a way to rephrase that, such as lower cost, or something along those lines that simply emphasizes we're trying to acknowledge the range of possibilities beyond aircraft observations, because that was a repeated concern that came up during the breakout sessions, that a lot of basins cannot afford aircraft-specific observations.
Yeah, thanks very much. Firstly, thanks for doing all this hard work. I know how hard it is. It's hard enough taking notes, so distilling everything else is a major achievement. I'd just like to add that I think in this recommendation is the one place where animal-borne sensors can really make a difference, especially in sampling the subsurface and water column in a relatively cheap and easy way, and with technology that's accessible to a broad part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I will never forget that we have used sea turtle observations. That's a personal outcome of this workshop, that things like sea turtles can help us observe phenomena related to tropical cyclones.
Can we edit on here? Okay. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do, right? We're going to edit in real time.
So we can add animal-borne sensors after uncrewed aerial systems to acknowledge that they would be another source, and then change the word cost-effective to lower cost. Okay, I'm seeing some nods, some thumbs up. Low cost. So we're just removing effective and putting in low. Also, everybody, please thank Alan for typing on the fly. That is not an easy ask. I have done this before. I know what that's like. Other comments on this recommendation?
I would suggest to add the uncrewed aerial and navigation systems because of the sail drones.
I see. So the fact that it is saying aerial seems like it's excluding those that would sail on the ocean surface like a sail drone. So uncrewed systems, is that the suggestion? Okay, thank you.
That's good. I get my exercise here. This is good.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I would just make sure that I think this is really nice. I think collecting it is great, but I think making sure it's available in real time is also great. Is probably there. I'm not sure of the exact wording, but we've had it's research.
Yeah.
I would also just, it's really nice to have, projects that distribute their data in real time over GTS, because it is extremely helpful. That's how I would change it, is collecting and adding a real time component.
Yeah, so a potential addition would be maybe a subsequent sentence that says, when possible, make available in real time. Because if it is targeting research, and not everyone's going to necessarily have the infrastructure to have it available in real time. And so one thing we're trying to emphasize here is that some of this is about trying out these technologies, seeing if they're viable. There's, I think we have a later recommendation that thinks about, have the data been provided, been quality controlled? So there was a concern about, we don't want to just throw all the data on the internet with no metadata, no gut checking. But I think it's important to acknowledge that when possible, especially if it's being deployed as opposed to developed, that it be available to forecasters as a supplemental source of information.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, forecasters deal with bad data all the time. We have extremely well-developed bogus data detectors. So yeah, more data, high quality is good, but we'll figure it out pretty quickly if it's bad.
Thank you.
Question over. Need more than one person, otherwise I'm going to pass out. So
while the microphone's being run over, just a reminder, we are time limited and we have 21 to get through. So I do apologize if we cut off anyone for the sake of moving on to the next recommendation, but please just keep that in mind in case you're like, why is she making me move on? Time.
Yes, so I would like to support Eric's point of view. I think this can be twofold. Having real data available for forecasting. one of the things that I noticed in many of the discussions that they would like to have access to real-time data for decision making, which is, by the way, the theme of the workshop. So I think this can be twofold for research, but also we should keep in mind trying to make this operational as well.
So another thing to keep in mind is we have 20 more recommendations that may address some of these things, so it's possible that there might be more later, but it may be appropriate here to consider making this an integrated research and operations recommendation so that we get feedback from the operational community on how they would handle these real-time data sets if available.
I just wanted to say that I thought it was an excellent recommendation, well done by the committee, and I think we should move on.
Thank you, AB. All right, so here's the sharing part. Encourage the sharing of quality controlled and documented in situ observations that includes aircraft reconnaissance, as well as balloons, sail drones, emerging technologies. The emerging technologies part was in part to also acknowledge things like animal-borne sensors with the research and operational communities. So this is about when data are shared, which we want to encourage that they be accompanied by information about their quality control and other metadata.
Hi. This isn't a comment so much on the recommendation. It's more a general comment about I really like how you've used the value chain to show kind of which section of the value chain it relates to. But I wonder whether it might be possible, obviously not right now, but afterwards, to change it to slightly look at which of the bridges it's related to rather than the mountains, because the whole kind of concept of the value chain is to encourage the flow of information across those bridges to ensure the transition of the data down the value chain. So I really like that you've used the value chain, but I just wonder whether you could change the diagram a bit with arrows to the bridges that you're trying to build, particularly for these ones encouraging the sharing. So yeah, it's not a comment particularly on this, but if it's, yeah, I guess it's across the recommendations. I think that would be great.
So a couple things. Thank you very much for that comment. I really appreciate that since the value chain is new to me and I'm more on the research side. Second, these were created at 2 in the morning, so some of the cropping may be non-ideal. And 3, we are actually, the way I've sequenced this is looking at sort of how they're kind of siloed to one part of the value chain early on. And then as we move on, we're going to be expanding across the value chain, so they will be, a greater extent of the value chain is going to be displayed as we move forward.
I think this is great. I think the sharing in real time that we added to the previous recommendation could be put here because that is about collecting data and this seems to be about sharing data.
So it sounds like that suggestion was on the first recommendation, we had an explicit mention to sharing added. Maybe remove that and have it be focused here. Perhaps in real time when possible.
Hi, Kim. I don't know if you can hear me. This is Derek. We got a couple of hands up. I did want to make a comment on this.
Please go ahead.
There is already a WMO requirement for agencies to report observations of tropical cyclone data, specifically landfall observations. And I'm not quite sure where that stands or where that data exists, but there is an existing WMO statement on that issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. We can take a look at that, make sure that the community being targeted incorporates that. I'm not entirely sure how to phrase that right now since we're editing on the fly, but I'm glad you pointed that out. Thanks.
I like the inclusion of the sharing in real time, but I just wondered whether it was, whether it will also be understood that the intention there was that even in a research mode, you still want to be sharing the data across different agencies.
So that's why it'd be
Can I throw in a comment?
Please go ahead.
Go ahead, Jack.
Muted myself somehow. All right. One comment in terms of the value chain, I can appreciate while researchers are probably working with experimental data that they don't think is ready for operational dissemination. From the standpoint of the forecasters and the decision makers, that if that data is not getting out in real time, it's not really a help to us in improving the real time forecasting or improving the real time decision making. So using the bridge analogy, I'd say that's bridge out. And I think we should put a little bit more stronger language about making sure the data gets out in real time.
That is a good point. The one thing to keep in mind is we want to avoid mandating on anyone who is gathering data, especially if they're pursuing lower cost options, because they might not have the resources to enable everything to be available in real time. And we don't want to discourage them from doing observations if that effort would come with the requirement of they have to share it right away. Other comments on this one? All right, encourage continued investment in the planning, launch, and support of low Earth orbit satellite missions to sustain and improve spatial and temporal coverage of observations that capture TC size, structure, and intensity, such as microwave imagery, scatterometers, and synthetic aperture radar, including lower cost missions such as CubeSats. This was a repeated strong ask from the notes. So the language here is, I'm with you, I would love to be a little more emphatic, but one of the things that this recommendation would pursue is working with the Coordination Group for Meteorological Satellites. So this is coming from the TC community, thus emphasizing this need and across a range of developed and developing nations. So you're going to see the word encourage and suggest a lot in these recommendations just because we are somewhat limited in how emphatic our language can be because these are recommendations, these are not mandates. We could emphasize its importance to us by saying strongly encouraged. Oh, I may have forgotten to mention earlier, these are not, because of the value chain and things like that, these are not listed in priority order. So please don't think that recommendation 21 is less important than recommendation 3, but we can use an adverb to help emphasize which ones we are really strongly caring about.
Yeah, thank you. This type of recommendation also you will find in the WIGOS 2040. So that is also a good document that you will find the future of the WIGOS, where they are going to state also how to further develop the satellite and what are the different sensors that will be coming on board of the different new satellites in the future.
I'm really glad you pointed that out because when we put these together, we can add that this echoes recommendations that are in other programs as well, thus showing that there's very broad support for these types of efforts. Thank you. Oh, switch this to low cost? Yeah. Thank you.
I understand that some people want to strongly encourage something and not strongly encourage something, but to put strongly in recommendation, to some recommendation, not to put strongly to others, essentially prioritize. So I think we should, if possible, avoid it.
I agree, and because it was pointed out that we have corroboration in other programs for this ask, that's probably the implied strong encouragement where, without having to explicitly say strongly here. Thank you for mentioning that. Any last comments? This one was super near and dear to my heart, so I'm very happy with the support for it. All right, this one came out of the TC structure topic, and it's again one of those that emphasizes the need for more data, consistent data, developing data sets for both assessment in the research community and for use by operations through tool development. So this is developing high-quality wind structure data sets to advance the understanding of processes that affect TC structure in an operationally relevant framework. So this is trying to bridge the research and operations, bringing in operations earlier on in the research process.
Just questioning if we're labeling including radius of maximum wind, why not also radius of gales, radius of 34 knots?
So in this one,
that was discussed a lot in the discussion, in the sessions.
So in this, we spent, I don't want to think about how much time talking about the different radii we could specify in this recommendation. And the reason that we said including RMW without specifying all the possible gales or all the possible radii is because there's a lot. We've got 30, 34, 48, 50, 64. I'm probably missing some. And we didn't want to over-prescribe which radii. But we know that radius of maximum winds is one of those that's important for capturing TC inner core structure. So we wanted to highlight RMW, but say up to, including RMW as an example of the many radii that could be evaluated.
I don't think John likes that.
Kim, this is a question for the RSMCs. The best track data, has a lot of this information in it, and some of these observations went into making the best track, but it's not clear where in the best track those observations exist. So I don't know if the RSMCs would want to weigh in on how to get the metadata into the best track information to tell us and flag what parts of the best track have this information, higher quality.
I believe there's a later recommendation that talks about best track data sets and the desire for uncertainty quantification, and that would be an element of that ask.
Just like to point out, Derek, there is the WMO format for best tracks, includes metadata that will tell you both uncertainty and the source, tries to give you the source of where a particular field came from. So you should be finding that data in the best track data sets.
Jack Bevan, you want to weigh in on that? That's news to me.
That's in the WMO format. The problem is that the HERDAT format does not have that. You might find some of that in the ATCF files, but that kind of uncertainty information is not certainly not part of our output right now. So, I think we'd get some blowback if we tried to implement that. So, but that's the deal at the moment. Plus, my understanding was the WMO format had been deprecated. Did I miss something along the way somewhere?
So something else that has come up in the discussions is the need for consistent data formats. And so I'm going to humbly request that that detailed discussion be taken offline. It is a really important one to be thinking about what is available in best tracks, but for the sake of time, we do need to move on from that.
Thank you. Just a quick question or statement. I think if we're including radius of gales, we need to include storm and hurricane as well for completeness. So either all of them in or all of them out. But I do support specifically mentioning RMW because I think that's a forgotten radii.
I'd like to make a comment. Is it working?
In the 8th IWTC, I remember Jeff Keppert putting down my recommendation that we emphasize R34 because it's the radius of maximum wind is dynamically more important, and of course it is. But the R34 drives the warning process at the Hurricane Center and certainly at the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. And I'm kind of sad to see that it hasn't risen up to a higher priority because it's something that our models can resolve now. I mean, it's typically about 200 kilometers, and that's well within the resolved scales of the models. And it's very important operationally. So
I think there was acknowledgement that R34 is most important. It has been the focus. And we're trying to say, well, RMW hasn't been a focus, so we're just saying including, we're not saying excluding or prioritizing, we're just saying.
Is that a reasonable compromise?
So one thing that is always a challenge with recommendations is we cannot please everyone. A big ask I do have is that we don't overprescribe radii in this particular case as an example of, we don't want to dictate which radii operational centers should care about, because some focus on 30, some focus on 34, et cetera. So that is a motivator behind specifying RMW, because RMW is it's a pretty consistent radius, whereas these other ones do vary from center to center.
Why we're asking for R34, a radius of gales or something, is the key point is we want to move away from just specifying the intensity. We want at least one size parameter, and R34 is the accepted size parameter. There could be radius of coast, isobar, and so on, but yeah, we've sort of spent a generation trying to move away from just specifying the intensity and having some specification of size or structure. And R34 is the accepted international measure that's easily obtained, I think.
I believe the other radii wind thresholds are important on the context of international maritime instruments, because the current SOLAS 1974 convention requires national centers and other designated centers to provide R34, 50, and 64. So I think we can also look into that as part of recommendations, because the provision of these wind radii information are sometimes dictated by international conventions.
So potentially a rephrasing here could be including RMW and internationally recognized radii such as R34.
I don't think we need to reword it at all. I think we all just need to focus on inside the bracket it says E.G. And we should move on.
Amen.
Can you tell he's chaired before?
So can I have a question?
Go ahead.
So who is going to create the high quality best check data? And where the finding come from?
If I understood that correctly, it's who's creating the data and where does the data come from? Was that the question?
The finding. I mean, so I don't know whether WMO has a data center for hurricane or typhoon. Then we can, if we have a data center, then we can, we have a high technology. We currently have AI technique and machine learning. We can collect all of the past 70 years SATA data or any other that we have, hire a group of people to get a globally high quality best check data.
So
as currently the different agency has a different it's bigger bias,
So this is a recommendation that we pursue this, and thus having a recommendation explicitly state this hopefully will encourage dialogue between operational centers and researchers to discuss next steps forward. But this recommendation is not about dictating how it's done. It's that there is a need for it. I understand it is break time. We have 17 more recommendations that we need to cover in a, what is it, hour after the break?
I'm going to interrupt you
Yeah, sure.
because this is an extremely important point, and it's one that's been badly neglected over the years. About 20-something years ago, it could have been 30 years ago, we actually formed a WMO committee to do pretty well nothing else but that RMW 34 and what else we should be archiving. And I think it's fair to say that the operational centres said, well, it's all too hard. We don't know how to do it, so we won't do it. Well, I think it's about time that the operational centres also acknowledge that the research side is providing them a lot, and they need to provide a little bit back to the research side. And even a guess by an operational centre is a bloody sight better than me putting a pen on the paper and saying, well, that's good enough, and working from there.
So as we saw in the presentation, some centres are doing it comprehensively and some aren't, and so we're just trying to be consistent across the board.
But I do think it's fair to acknowledge past efforts, especially if they were at the WMO level on these sorts of things. That could, and so all of these will have their little reasoning addenda, and I will include those WMO efforts in it. Thank you.
So we'll have a break for 15 minutes now. So, sorry, a break, and it's only 15 minutes. So if you can be back here at 10:35. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an announcement that we would like to say to you all. First, we already made pickup arrangement to the airport from 9 till 10 December, only from 9 till 10 December. For participants who stay at Patra and Holiday Inn Express, please just go to the receptionist for pickup arrangement. For other participants, please check the announcement in front of the Denpasar Ballroom for your pickup arrangement. One more time, for participants who stay at Patra and Holiday Inn Express, please just go to the receptionist of your lobby, of your hotel, to see your pickup arrangement. For other participants, please check the announcement in the front of the Denpasar Ballroom. If you want to buy souvenir from Bali, you can check the announcement in the whiteboard or here. This is a souvenir. If you wish to buy souvenir from Bali, you can choose the packet here to bring to your country. Thank you very much.
I feel like some of these early ones are all presented, although that TCC one I think so we did like 7 minutes for the topic. It's an actual gigantic TV. Which is nice that
Yeah, I know. Like right now, oh, isn't it right there? That would make sense, yeah. Chris, are you sitting here?
Yeah.
Okay. And then.
Oh, that's my copy.
Just making sure that there wasn't someone else here. Yes, please.
Wait.
I'm really hoping there's a couple in there that they're just going to be like, yay, let's move on.
Just so you know, we got about an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay. What time is it?
It is 10:40.
Oh, and we have till 11:55.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if Joey wants to say anything about the survey.
Yeah. Would you just sort of give me a signal at like 11:45, just so I kind of have a
10 minutes left?
10-minute warning?
Okay.
Actually, just give everyone a 10-minute warning.
Okay. Is 10 minutes enough, or do you want 15 minutes?
Let's do 15 and 5.
Okay. 15 and 5.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have like anything up here for that. I do, yeah. Like the fact that I woke up with my leg absolutely killing me for no apparent reason. It's improving, but like standing and I are not getting along right now. Yeah, did you want to say something about the survey? Yep.
I found it.
As part of the evaluation of this workshop, we would really appreciate it if you can fill in this evaluation form. It's only 10 questions, 11 questions. Won't take too long. It's best if you do it now because when you go home, you will forget. So you can just scan the code in here. We will send you an email reminder, but we don't more emails. It's best if you do that now, but thank you very much. We're not going to because of confidentiality. We're not going to put this link on the website because it's externally available. We're going to just take a photo of the QR code.
Is it being live streamed?
That's a good question. Is this being live streamed, this session?
So it is externally available.
Yeah, this is being live streamed too, so. Yeah. Well, we can shut it off, right, on the 16th? Okay, so we're back to continue our discussions of the recommendations. I just want to remind everyone that we have about an hour and 15 minutes. We need to be done, so I'll pass it to Kim.
Thank you, Rob. All right, so something to keep in mind here is we will welcome the occasional wordsmithing comment from this point forward. You are also welcome to directly contact me or any member of the recommendations committee if there's a word you're concerned with. But for the interest of time, let's focus on, is this a recommendation this body agrees with? Are there concerns about what's included, what's excluded, that sort of thing? So moving on to this fifth one, continue to advance research and operational use of post-processing tools. So this umbrella term of post-processing tools includes statistical guidance, model consensus, machine learning, and multi-model ensemble uncertainty, because there's been a lot of dialogue about this expanding ensemble forecasting. This is specific to intensity change forecasts with a focus on rapid intensity change and cases identified as operationally challenging forecasts. One point I'd like to make about the cases identified, we have a later recommendation that ties to the database of unusual cases. So we do have a mechanism for identifying these cases, and that doesn't need to be covered here.
By post-processing, do you intend to say that this AI or ML techniques will be only using the NWP products and then there will be post-processing on it? AI ML in itself cannot give us some products?
So the way this is phrased is that AI is part of the suite of tools that can be used in post-processing. We have a dedicated AI recommendation coming up. Hey, Joe, you want to chime in on this?
So that post-processing, that word, is it very much important here, or just we can use operational use of processing tools?
I'm going to ping on Joe for this one because that's where it came from.
I'm trying to think of, I think, yes,
I believe the purpose of that recommendation is to further add value to numerical weather prediction models, and that is through post-processing. And it's highlighted there that we should encourage more research and operational. I think that's the gist of this recommendation, because it's leaning towards predicting intensity change as priority.
It posts satellite and NWP.
All right, so for this one, encourage modeling centers to encode TC track files in a standardized format such as buffer or CXML, which is a WMO recommended standard, and exchange in a timely, consistent manner.
Thank you. Can we make sure it's ensemble, and can we add like pre-genesis or pre-formation or tracks that are for systems that are yet to form, that we don't have analysis positions for, and they're forming in the future in the guidance, please?
So a potential modification for that would be to encode pre-formation and TC tracks, or
Maybe they should be called vortex parameter files, so that you're not specifying that it's post-genesis TC. Also, one just noting that this doesn't actually acknowledge that GDPFS manual is going to say that it's mandatory to provide these files. So the emphasis of this recommendation is on the standardized format, I'm guessing.
yeah, there were definitely repeated concerns about the data are not consistently formatted when they get them.
Perhaps just in the reasoning somewhere we could note that there has been an update to the GDPFS and that this data has become mandatory.
So the data are mandatory, but the formats have not yet been standardized.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, I just wondered whether it was worthwhile specifically mentioning doing that exchange via the GTS. I don't know whether that's too specific, but that was one thing that we were going to try and encourage in terms of making it a timely, consistent distribution, but I don't know whether that's too specific. And the other thing was just, obviously at the moment, a lot of places do exchange in CXML, and whether or not that's kind of the future or whether we change to something like buffer, I don't know whether we want to include CXML in the EG, I guess. Yeah, it's only an EG, so yeah, maybe it's okay. But yeah, the GTS I think is a key component to make sure that it's not done by bilateral agreements. We trying to remove that kind of inconsistency between the forecast centers as to what they have is the crucial part.
So what I'm hearing is possibly add such as via GTS here
Yes,
at the end of the
please.
sentence.
Yes, please.
I will say that there were multiple requests to specify CXML as a used format, and hence that's why it's included in the EG.
Okay.
So can I see that in the CXML? I mean, we had very difficult experience this year to read and data to do research. So we don't think CXML is really kind of populous format, because the code on the website is not working. We have to make our own code to read and translate. Yeah, I mean, I don't think CXML is what I really expect, but I do like the buffer. It's an easy way.
So what I'm taking from that is, since this is a recommendation for WMO, and CXML is related to WMO, inform them that there have been challenges in using it and that they should take that into consideration moving forward.
So can I say something for this?
We can take one more comment on this recommendation. Please go ahead.
Okay. So in US, so we use the ATCF format, included the base track and the model tracks, everything, even for the operational, we have software to show with the track data, this 87 track data. So if you can add 87 as another option. As I also blame the CXML. Okay, so it's a lot of good format for encoding and decoding. So ATCF may be another option.
So ATCF is comparatively limited, and so given that the target of this recommendation is WMO, it feels like it's implied that there are other formats via E.G, but we only want to specify buffer and CXML due to it targeting WMO. All right,
Okay,
let's move on to the next one. So I just briefly wanted to point out why GTS hadn't been specified previously, because it's come up in a couple of comments. It is being decommissioned. So we don't want to prescribe or at least recommend using something that may not be here in 4 years. All right, number 7, continue research toward improved understanding of the conditions, precursors, and processes leading to TC intensity change throughout the entire TC life cycle, from pre-formation through to decay, taking into account its multi-scale nature, ranging from the convective to the synoptic scale. Special focus should be given to rapid intensification and near-coast formation, including onset, duration, and potential intensification rate. Let's move on to number 8 then. Apparently, when we write really long recommendations, you just want to digest and move on, which is great. Encourage operations to promote the difficult cases database to the research community. Explore improvements to the database based on research needs, and update the database on a regular basis. So this is referring to repeated asks for a list of challenging forecast cases as learning experiences, but this needs to come from the operational community. This database exists, but it is not well promoted, and it does need to be updated.
Hello. Regarding the difficult TC cases database, I just would like to make a comment that that page is available, and it is online at the TC Forecasters website hosted by WMO. Incidentally, it is developed by Scale on behalf of WMO. Inside there is a mechanism for centers to submit difficult cases that you can click online through the page, but it has to be through the relevant RSMCs, so there is a process. I also see that the last time it was updated was in December 2020 by the Bureau of Meteorology. And I believe that since then, many other difficult cases must have occurred. So I encourage all of you, particularly the operational centers, to make good use of it. Of the recommendation text, we can probably try other means to promote it so that more know about it. And for researchers, you might even take a look at it, tackle some of the really difficult problems, and gain fame and glory. Yeah. So let's try use that more. Thank you.
And may I say, the engagement with the research community to get some feedback on its usefulness is really much appreciated, because we're pushing data, but the engagement to see if it's useful, and maybe there's some things we want research community want more of, or more specific information that can be provided. So.
There has to be a standard guideline to maintain the database content, about the content of the database.
Yeah, the format now is a little bit free-form because it's more descriptive, but there is categorization, so rapid intensification, genesis, unusual track. But the description is probably where the rich information is. So you can download the whole file and just search, maybe categorize, filter yourselves.
It's once you filter or decide not to filter, you can download it in a comma-separated value, a CSV file, and then work from there. But that's why we emphasize the researcher feedback, so that they know if the format is useful.
And I think we were talking about advertising this on the tropical storms list, right, for researcher awareness.
I'm aware we're short of time, but I just had the idea that it would be worthwhile maybe assigning someone to convert it into a blog as each news or thing came in, or something where the community would actually see it's up and kind of read some sort of a description of it.
Are you saying posting updates when it's updated to advertise
Well, when it's
it?
updated, yeah, if we have a running blog of severe weather that's interesting around the world.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
The other thing was like on a post-analysis, a post-season review. So as part of that, is you identify what are the unusual ones, and so you do a whole season update as part of the process, and overseen by the TC committee, regional committees.
All right, can we move on to the next one? All right, recommend further research into explainable AI and machine learning techniques with the cooperation of the operational community to address everything. Wait, what? Sorry, can we move on? Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, this is what happened at like 11:30 last night. It was amazing. Recommend further research into explainable AI machine learning techniques with the cooperation of the operational community to address components in the TC analysis and forecast process. So there's a specific set of goals outlined here to apply machine learning to by integrating research and operations activity.
Double thumbs up from Andrew.
Yes, I think I mentioned that this technique should be validated with observation, should be useful.
So add a specification of the validation portion of the process.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Other comments on this recommendation? We saw AI ML techniques, as you hopefully noticed in the summaries, across all of the topics. All right, next one. Sorry, that was the fun one. Exploit online communication technologies such as Zoom to build on the success of the 2021 International Workshop on Satellite Analysis of Tropical Cyclones to facilitate training sessions and workshops on the expanding range of emerging challenges in TC analysis and forecasting as identified by the Advisory Group on Tropical Cyclones. This is motivated by the number of asks for workshops related to different challenges across the topics, and how WMO is better positioned to facilitate those if they are conducted online.
If it is going to be a training session, can we promote more of an offline mode than an online one? Because the training really matters, and in online it is really difficult to get into it. So a conference and a training, I think a conference can be an online thing, but training needs to be offline.
I do agree with that as a teacher. That said, this is specific to expanding the range of options and encouraging the use of having online options, not at the necessary expense of in-person, but there are funding challenges, and this would help address some of those challenges.
And along that line of thought, perhaps you could add the words leveraging existing in-person workshops, because they exist, so no additional cost, to cover both elements.
That's a good point, thanks. Where to put the words? At the end is good.
Yeah, I don't actually have a suggestion for rewording, but I think the danger of this recommendation is it could be interpreted as a sort of a statement against the in-person WMO workshops, and you don't want any implication that they can be replaced by the online.
Yeah, we will definitely think about ensuring it's not implying, nah, we don't need in-person, because clearly we do. Thank you for that.
Maybe say like, and explore, or leverage in-person workshops. I think that was Andrew's word.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
We can wordsmith it.
Yeah.
Yep. As long as the words are there, I can fix it later. Anything else before we move on to the next one? 11. Develop a list of current methods to define, analyze, diagnose, and predict cyclone wind structure across all operational centers to identify the gaps. Develop operational tools to overcome those gaps by incorporating new observational data, derived products such as AMVs, and NWP. So this is about assessing so that we know what the gaps are in how this is operationally practiced, and then motivating work to address those gaps. Cool. 12. Hey, halfway there. Recommend a consistent definition for secondary eye wall formation, eye wall replacement cycle onset, and cessation, including confidence levels, to develop a database on these events that would enable evaluation of its effects on TC structure and intensity change. So first step is to investigate the definition, motivated by desiring a database of these for further work to investigate TC structure.
It seems to as a kind of repetition, starting the recommendation which we recommend.
We were running out of words.
So I think developed, maybe a best word to put there.
So replace, yeah, perfect, thank you. All right, next recommendation. Oh no, I'm sorry. Pursue the development of a holistic approach to consistent definitions of multiple cyclone types, such as extratropical, those aren't types. It should be EC, SC, and TC. Woo, yeah, we were up late. And transition pathways among these types that builds on cyclone phase space. And then from there, develop and share diagnostic techniques. So this is motivated by the need on the research side to have these definitions so that we can classify storms and their transition pathways, which can then motivate tool development useful for operations.
During the breakout sections, we discussed the possibility to develop for each ocean basin thresholds appropriated. It's not possible to have an universal threshold for ET or subtropical cyclones for all the globe. Then our recommendation is develop per basin, ocean basin.
Thank you for pointing that out. That's partly why there was a holistic approach to these definitions and then ensuring they are basin specific. So let's see, where can that go? To consistent basin specific definitions.
Can we add something in here, maybe saying builds on the cyclone phase space and observe convection?
So the reason it says builds on cyclone phase space is convection and other observations are implied, such as scatterometer observations. It doesn't have to be limited to convection, but cyclone phase space is the most universally used one right now, so we want to build from that to ensure it maintains global operational relevance.
Can I just ask the question of, do Medicanes belong in here, given we're a tropical community?
I'm leaving that question to the floor.
I would
Good
say yes,
question.
they're a subset. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a comment.
Derek,
but
you
it's not
go
on
first.
Medicaid.
I would say yes because they they are a subset. They're somewhat rare, but maybe they're increasing a little bit. And I know that the community in that region is very interested in studying these more. So I would say leave it in.
I would concur, and there's enough overlap structurally and dynamically between the Medicanes and tropical cyclones elsewhere. I'd say leave it in.
Thank you for those comments. I will point out that everyone in the room is raising their hand and getting called on. So if you're online, please also wait till we call on you to chime in, since we can't see your faces, sorry.
Yeah, well, just not on Medicaid. Just it's a bit of science thrown in, and I would actually prefer, as a scientist, that we were sort of defining them based on the physical process that generated them, whether it was baroclinic instability or convective mechanisms, latent heat mechanisms, and so on. You know, maybe I'm a dinosaur and we've moved on to the phase space, but you know, we're scientists. They should be different. You know, a cyclone, an extratropical cyclone is different from a tropical cyclone because the extratropical cyclone is caused by baroclinic instability, and the tropical cyclone is caused by wishy and latent heat and so on. And Roger disagrees with me again.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily wishy. I was just trying to find an example of a convective, tropical, mechanism.
So in here, there is, that's why we emphasize the transition pathways. So you make an important point regarding where did the storm come from, and thus it's how processes influenced its origin. We also classify storms because we need to, such as, are they tropical, are they extratropical? I don't know how to reframe this to address their origin. Other comments?
So I have a comment.
All right.
So I don't know we previously we have another one. So for exchanging the character with buffer, I don't know the buffer format included the cyclone phase. I mean, there's a parameter for cyclone phase, including the buffer format or not.
So
if not, so we need to make some changes for the buffer format data exchange.
It's good to be thinking about what else could end up in cyclone information, but I think that is beyond the scope of what we're recommending here.
Yeah, so like Ansible tracker code, we already have the cyclone phase parameter, including the tracker HCL format. So just a reminder. So for the new format.
Thank you for that. Let's move on to the next one. Continue to investigate the physical mechanisms behind the number of global TCs using both observations and modeling studies to clarify the expected changes of TC frequency in the future. Clearly defined TC seeds would support advances in this topic via the development of TC seed datasets. Note that this recommendation does not prescribe how to define those TC seeds, but it emphasizes that when you do TC seed studies, please use a consistent definition.
Yeah, I know a lot of work went into these recommendations, but I think that the second sentence, having the TC seeds in, is imposing, a mechanism already. I think the general question is the first sentence. I think they're talking about the trends. Why are the number of cyclones decreasing? Why are the more intense ones increasing? And the other trends. They're wanting. We've got all these trends. We don't understand them. They're talking about the trends. And what is the physical mechanism?
I don't think it's only the trends, but also the projections. So there are both things there. Yes, I think that given the number of papers that have been in tropical cyclone seeds to try to address this, I think it's important to have it there. We can modify the center to be like one of the possible mechanism or something like that, but I think should be there to at least acknowledge that's where the scientific community is going.
So a possible reframing could be, for example, clearly defined TC seeds would support it as motivated by recent studies. Because one of the goals of this workshop is to assess progress in the last 4 years, and these recommendations come out of trends in research progress in the last 4 years.
Continue to investigate the, oh, now the words have just gone.
Last night.
Continue to investigate the, or an explanation for the number of global TCs, or to continue to pursue an explanation for, rather than physical mechanisms behind.
So the
find an explanation for the number of global TCs.
So the reframing would be continue to investigate an explanation for the number of global TCs.
Yeah, but I don't like investigate an explanation.
I'm not sure. I don't think we know why the tropical cyclones are decreasing. There are two theories proposed. I don't think they're in agreement with each other. I don't think everybody thinks they're right. So I think we need to understand the mechanism.
I have an additional comment to this regarding this topic. Yesterday, Susanna mentioned this presence of the SSTs in these models. So I wonder if shouldn't be important to mention that addressing that bias is important to increase the reliability in these models, in these projections.
Maybe I can bring some suggestion to the physical mechanism behind the number, because that doesn't sound really very scientific. So maybe we can put the physical mechanism behind the activity of the global TC.
Behind global TC activity?
Yeah.
So the physical mechanisms behind global TC activity would be the update.
But activity includes other aspects, lifetime, intensity, all kinds of things. So, and I think the big puzzle here is the number. That's what we are really trying to understand.
So global TC frequency.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Regarding the SST, I do think it's an important issue, and my group is actually doing research on that, but it's a different topic. I would say it's a completely different topic. I wouldn't mix up model biases with this topic here.
The problem seems to be that the wordsmithing of the top, what the recommendation is. But remember, we've got the reasoning down the bottom. In the reasoning, we can actually spell out the basic rationale behind this is we've got these trends and projections for decreasing numbers and increasing number of the more intense ones, and we don't really understand it. And we've sort of got a spot where we can spell that out explicitly.
That's a good point. Thank you.
So I want to make a point that, so we probably also need apply this, recommending to other time scales, not just about climate change projections, like the internal variability or decadal variability, I don't think we fully understand the mechanism behind the variabilities. So that's my personal feeling.
We were deliberately vague in elements of this, such as saying in the future at the end of the first sentence.
So even the TCCs, I think it still can be kind of a research topic for seasonal forecast or the decadal forecast research areas.
This did come out of the variability beyond the synoptic scale discussion, so that's, I think, kind of implied, but we can consider being more explicit with that.
Not just frequency, but also in general TC characteristics.
Yeah, this is specific to how many TCs are there, not how long do they live, how strong do they get.
We have to encourage the attribution studies.
That's the next one, I think. Other questions about this specific recommendation, since there may be some questions that get answered with the next one or two. All right, let's move on to the next one. Continue to develop and maintain multi-decadal data sets related to TCs and better quantify uncertainty in these data sets. This is motivated by the need for good data to establish what are the trends and thus provide context for how those trends may change into the future.
Just a suggestion, you've got the uncertainty in there, which is great, but maybe add in maintain climate quality multi-decadal data sets.
Thank you. Other comments on this recommendation? All right, moving on to the next one. Expand verification studies of TC prediction from single models toward multi-model ensembles and expand verification metrics to include precipitation, intensity, life cycle interactions, and impacts that would be closer to stakeholder interests, providing consistent metrics and comprehensive measures of skill that are adequate for different timescales. So this is looking across the range of prediction of interest to this community and highlighting the need for the verification aspect.
Kim, I have a comment. So the value chain diagram, I would suggest including the mountains for hazard and impact forecast too, because you talk about precipitation and impacts. That's
a good point.
Not
Thank
relevant
you.
to the words, but yeah.
It's a longer one, so I just want to make sure everybody's good before we move on to the next one. All right. Encourage the development of skillful seasonal forecasts across all ocean basins. So this is not saying a seasonal forecast for all the basins, it's per basin. That would meet stakeholders' needs through dynamical and statistical methods. And statistical methods, by implication, includes AI and machine learning, as well as intercomparison and evaluation of the forecasts. Consider the feasibility of WMO coordination of seasonal TC forecasts.
This came up in our discussion group. I think I probably was the whatever who said it, but just in this particular one, I think we want to maybe define who the stakeholder actually is here. I think when we talked about it, we came to the conclusion that for this particular one, the stakeholder is the operational centres. But that was just our opinion, or my opinion, something like that.
My experience with seasonal forecast, the stakeholders should be farmers, public health, people that are going to be worried about the climate forecast and other impacts that they could have. So I'm not sure they're the only ones.
So then, if that was the case, I think that this is a recommendation that is across research, operations, and WMO in order to make sure there's that collaboration and communication from that end stakeholder back through to the operational centres needs, back through to.
So if we're talking here about developing skillful seasonal forecasts for the planting date for the crops, green date for the crops, or for sort of the onset of the hay fever season, and this sort of thing. I didn't see that until we had the discussion in this wording, that we're talking about sort of seasonal forecast directed towards, specific products for various agricultural and other industries. And if that's what we mean, I think it needs to be made more explicit rather than just that would meet stakeholders' needs.
There's a problem with specifying stakeholders. They're far too diverse. You will not fit them all on this page. They are all sections of the community, all sections of industry. Maybe there's some words to give that impression that it is a very broad range of stakeholders, but I would strongly recommend you do not attempt to name stakeholders.
You're recommending?
I'm not suggesting naming stakeholders, but I think this is meaning, sort of developing, seasonal forecasts for tailored products, sort of the threshold amount of rain after which they can start planting the rice and things like that. So, I'm not suggesting naming stakeholders, but we need to sort of specify that it's sort of tailored, forecast products, that are needed by industry, by these industries.
Yeah, and I think that's a good place for, the reasoning section is a good spot to specify examples without being an exhaustive list, because as Andrew pointed out, that would be very, very, very long.
Just jump in the discussion. The previous intervention was really what I wanted to say on the stakeholders, because the users in general is, as we discussed in the pre-cut sessions, maybe different. Like the public, the general public, the users, but there are also public, general users as stakeholders who take decision, who may need more detailed information from us. So there are different users, the general public and decision makers on some level of in the country or in the region. So mentioning, specifying specific, maybe not recommended, but stay in users. But I think here it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Ravi?
Yeah, one comment what we were talking about, I suppose it's a bit wrapped up in stakeholders' needs, is the need for not basin-wide forecast, but more regional-based forecast, which goes towards meeting the stakeholders' needs. I wonder if that's worth adding, adding to the notes.
Yeah,
and that statement, I suppose, also applies to the previous one, 16, where.
Yeah, that's a good point, because some stakeholders might need information for the whole basin, but a whole lot need it more regionally tailored. There's a question online from Jack.
Yeah, I guess my question is, we probably need to get a better idea of the stakeholders, or perhaps to use the term customers or consumers here, needs for these forecasts, what would they do with them to enhance their decision making and preparation, especially given the current state of those forecasts, which does not allow greatly detailed depictions of what the impacts will be for specific areas. So I think we need to get a better idea of just what the customers would do with these forecasts once we got them.
Jack, you are looking ahead because we have a recommendation coming up about how we need to connect with local communities, I believe. And so your comment ties directly to that element. So thank you for bringing that up.
Sounds good.
Other comments related to this recommendation? All right, moving on. Encourage the use of social science techniques to enhance communication under a range of TC impact scenarios for forecasters to support the decision-making process down to the local level. Forecasters should share outcomes and lessons learned with the community. A couple points I want to raise here is that the sharing is intended to be like experience narrative stories. We don't want to mandate that different locations share data, since, say, for example, vulnerability data is not necessarily gathered the same way everywhere. We want our forecasters to be able to learn from each other by sharing stories. But this is we're hanging out at a different part of the value chain, and as Helen pointed out earlier, there's a bridge shown in this one.
Just on that last line, so when we say the community, we're talking about this tropical cyclone community. Sorry, the last line of the recommendation. Are you referring to the tropical cyclone community or the like general public community when we say share those lessons?
Specifically the tropical cyclone community, so I think it might even be the operational community because it is lessons learned by forecasters to share with other forecasters.
Yeah, I think that's good. I just thought needed clarification in the way it was written.
Other comments on this recommendation? Anything online?
I would like to get some clarification on the last sentence because the word share is actually the forecaster should share the outcome. It seems to be one-way communication. And before that, I think Jack mentioned it, we would like to know the needs of the stakeholders. So we have to go to the stakeholders and ask them. So that's the other way of communication.
So could it...
That is my clarification. I would like to see some clarification for that.
Should it be a collaborative statement? Forecasters should collaborate with stakeholders to assess outcomes and needs, or to assess needs? Okay.
Probably because of prior knowledge, if you like, but I actually interpreted it as meaning that the forecasters have already had their two-way communication with their stakeholders, emergency managers and everything, and now they are coming to share it with the rest of the operational community. And the sharing is still like a two-way thing in the operational community, but importantly, the most important two-way communication has already occurred by the time you get to the last sentence.
That is a good point, because the first sentence is focusing on the social science, which ideally is a two-way communication process. Also, there's a recommendation coming up that might address some of that.
So my comment was just, it says encourage the use of social science techniques. One of the kind of, I guess, slightly disappointing things in the workshop was that it would have been nice to have a larger social science kind of community here. I just wonder whether there may be another recommendation about this, but it's not just kind of the use of techniques. I guess it's, is there any way we could expand it to try and engage with the social science community to get more social scientists working on tropical cyclone related issues and engaging them so that at the next meeting we have a much kind of bigger community working on these aspects?
As soon as you started talking, my brain immediately changed it to encourage the engagement of social scientists to enhance the communication.
That's
To
great.
enhance communication.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Can we just briefly give Alan an ongoing round of applause for all the work he's doing? Any other comments regarding this? Thank you.
The difference between a forecaster and the operational TC community. Is that clear?
So a forecaster would be at an individual operational center, and they would be sharing with the broader operational TC community. So say a forecaster in Madagascar had an experience that they want to share with La Reunion, with forecasters in Fiji, that sort of thing. That's what we're referring to.
How about incorporating the feedback from the user community? Because see, in this process.
So that would be potentially part of that two-way communication implied in the first sentence by engaging social scientists. But because, as Andrew was pointing out, the outcome sharing portion would ideally come after that back and forth had occurred.
In the last sentence, you could put operational and the user TC community. You see, you show an impact-based forecast to the decision makers and how effective that was.
So that's part of what's being shared, but this recommendation is intended for a forecaster to be encouraged to share with other forecasters what outcomes were. This is not forecasters share their outcomes with their users, because that's a different process, if that makes sense.
So there's a question online.
We'll take that online comment.
Hello, I'm Raja Acharya. Can I speak?
Please go ahead.
Good morning. Actually, I'd like to suggest an ad that just like the Ocean Ticket scheme, actually, where there is a global stakeholders forum. So I'd like to suggest if there will be a global stakeholder for this Cyclone community for discussing all research and all operational aspects, that will be helpful to all over the globe. That much I have to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. Yeah. Any other thoughts on this? All right, moving on to 19. Ensure the WMO cataloging of hazardous events database includes TC-specific hazards that can be used to develop analytic tools for risk assessment. So we had feedback regarding wanting more information on actual hazards that occurred to support risk assessment. And there is a WMO vehicle for hazardous events, and we want to emphasize that TC-related hazards be part of this.
Yeah, great. I was just thinking about that, wondering if we could be a bit more specific, perhaps just because I work with another hazardous events database where it's by flood and by wind event and so on, and you actually have to go through and figure out which one's a TC. So if it could actually be TC flagged.
That's a really good point, because I think I might know the database you're talking about.
You should. I think you did work with me on it.
Yeah. TC-specific hazards flagged as TC-related, or something to that effect?
TC-related? Yeah.
Yeah, so that the database includes flags that this flood was related to a TC, this wind was related to a TC.
not only hazard set, also it should include impacts, because otherwise risk assessment study is not possible.
Hazards and impacts. Is that the suggestion? Hazards and impacts?
Yeah, hazards and impacts.
Right. Thank you for the comment on the impacts. In fact, this is not in WMO mandate to track loss and damage. There are specific mechanisms for that, but this development is made in full cooperation, in particular with UNDR, but also a variety of other stakeholders, partners, including from, let's say, insurance industry and whatever you have. And so the ambition here is that we provide a catalog that can serve as a digital public good so that it allows a better connection with loss and damage accounting. And so up to now, we have in various databases the information that under the circumstances of tropical cyclone XYZ, a number of casualties were observed, reported, and damage and stuff. But the attribution to those specific hazards, like wind force, coastal inundation, whatever, is not available yet. And this would really help in developing these impact-based approaches and stuff like that. So impacts will not be part of the WMO development here.
So it sounds like there's agreement that having those impacts would be nice, but it is beyond the scope of this particular database.
Then next part, how it will be possible then? Develop of analytic tools for risk assessment if impact is missing.
So here, risk assessment refers to risk of hazards.
Yeah, only hazards cannot, with only hazards we cannot do any risk assessment.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So with only hazards, you cannot do risk assessment, is what he said. I guess risk assessment occurs through impacts, right?
But again, this will be a contribution to risk assessment development, combining additional sources that are not within the mandate of our own community. And so the ambition here is really to provide a repository that will be connected and where that will be used in loss and damage accounting so we can, in the end, pull the information back with additional dimensions and data.
So a small update might help address that concern, which is that this database would contribute to risk assessment, not imply that hazards alone are sufficient.
That's fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
So just notification, we had 15 minutes.
I think we're doing okay because we have 2 left after this. Almost sounded like somebody cheered. Any final remarks on this recommendation? All right, moving on to the next one. Notice that we're expanding along the value chain with these final recommendations. So this one is improved disaster risk knowledge of TC hazards and their impacts from the extended range to nowcast scale, including research, education, and outreach, and enhance warning, communication, and dissemination strategies for effective response. It is a broad brushed recommendation to help highlight the breadth of the value chain, but it ties back to the need of preparing our user communities ahead of time for understanding what their risks are for TC-related hazards and disasters.
Hi, sorry to continue monopolizing the thing. Just an offer to include WMO here as well. We're happy to support education, outreach on this as well. We already have partnership with people targeting children audience to raise public education as well.
Thank you for that. So update the target community from integrated research and operations to all, to include WMO.
Maybe it comes in the next recommendation, but one of the things that really impressed me from one morning, we had 3 talks from BMKG on the Saroja case. The third talk was on what happened after. It wasn't sort of just the information beforehand, but the post-event interaction with the community and the questionnaires and trying to learn what happened and not just for their use, but to pass on to the communities, after the events. So I don't know what word's missing from here, but this implication of that follow-up after the events to prevent future mistakes.
So perhaps add at the end, comma, including post-event assessment? Because that would be incorporated sort of as a cycle almost of improving future outreach and education based on that assessment, and then so on and so forth.
Oh, no, no.
BMKG did not just post-assess for themselves, but they post-assessed for the communities, to make sure there was a change in the community behaviour after.
So the phrasing could be including post-event engagement with the community?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, thank you for the floor. Just I wanted to anticipate the last point because I'm expecting some subseasonal things to appear, but before it appear or not, still we have chance to go back at some point if it isn't appearing in recommendation 21 or not. But anyway, that was just anticipatory action before the next recommendation.
So the extended range portion, I think, was meant to include seasonal, sub-seasonal, like the whole range of forecast.
Yeah, let's see the last. And
it won't be in the last one.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe it will be considered. Proposed suggestion is in recommendation 17, just to add subseasonal, because we discussed that's and there is a question on that, but maybe it's not the right timing to come. Right? Encourage the development of skillful seasonal and sub-seasonal, because seasonal and sub-seasonal are really complementary to help users' needs on these products, because there was a question about that. So seasonal and sub-seasonal are complementary. Thank you.
Just because this is up right now, any comments on adding sub-seasonal to this recommendation? Awesome. Can we go back to 20? I think there was another comment on the floor. Yeah.
Maybe just in the reasoning or somewhere, but I just wanted to note that it's actually important to engage with the community, not just post an event, but post a near miss. Near miss. So when you forecast an event and they've been under warning and it didn't happen, it's actually quite important, if you can, to get into there to that community and explain and demonstrate to them that it was a near miss, not just that you're rubbish at forecasting.
That's a really good point. Thank you. Other comments on recommendation 20? There's one, Rob.
Only to say, to get some clarification, because we're using 2 times including in the sentence. But for me, it's actually important also that while you're using in the first including is research, education, and outreach, but also engagement with the community. It's important in that case.
So maybe emphasizing for instead of including post-assessment, post-event engagement, but emphasizing post-event engagement?
No, yeah, correct. No, the post, but the whole spectrum should be also, by doing the outreach, is also engage with the community. Not only do the outreach, but also engage with the community. That's somewhat stronger.
So rather than having the engagement as sort of an afterthought, it's more central as a component of the entire improving that knowledge process. Yep. Yep, just remove the whole phrase, yep. And you can put in reasoning that post-event engagement, whether the event actually hit them or it was a near miss, is important. Thank you. Other comments on this one? Let's move on to the last one. We're almost done, guys. If you can't tell, I'm half asleep up here because I didn't really sleep last night. Strengthen multi-institutional mechanisms involving operations and research communities and disaster management agencies for impact-based forecasts to effectively communicate and mitigate TC hazards. Share best practices to enable effective collaboration. So it's again that experience aspect. Collaborating is hard, and when collaborations work, we want to hear about what they did to foster them, and we also like hearing about what didn't work so that those trying to develop collaborations don't try that.
The phrasing actually, the communicate TC hazards and mitigate disaster. That so communicate TC hazards and mitigate disaster.
So there's concern with the fact that we're trying to communicate.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
So the multi-institutional, we can change it to multi-government or multi-country.
No, these are intended to be within a country. This is not implying that countries are the institutions that are collaborating here.
Yeah, but like the TC like observation, right? So we do need a different country involved. So the WMO can initiate a project, an international project, call the country around the like West Pacific or Atlantic or other basin. They can work together. Then we can, we get a unique data set, make it more useful.
The WMO does have structures already, the regional committees, to help foster these types of collaborations, and we could, in the reasoning, mention that those committees should be aware of this recommendation, but I don't think we can recommend that an approach for countries to collaborate. That is up to those countries and their international agreements.
Any multi-institutional can be multi-country, maybe within a country. So that is suitably fine, multi-institutional. So whether it is within the country or within the various countries, no issue. So this is fine.
Are you requesting that multi-institutional is too vague and be changed?
No, this is fine.
Okay, just clarifying that. Okay, cool.
I'm not sure that since we've modified that main first sentence, that we still need the words communicate TC hazards. We could just say for impact-based forecasts to effectively mitigate TC impacts.
That's true, since it does specify impact-based forecasts.
I don't know if we need Oh, yeah. Yeah, I jumped just to effectively mitigate the impacts, but, you know, it's personal view.
That is an interesting point, since the previous recommendations did focus more on the communication aspect, and so this is more about the implementation of having hopefully communicated well.
We're at 5 minutes, less than 5.
All right, we have less than 5 minutes for any final comments on this recommendation or any other recommendations we've covered. There's also a question back there that can come next.
Just a request for including the word warning. I don't know if it suits well. Impact-based forecasts and warnings.
And warnings after forecasts?
Yes.
Thank you. There was a comment in the back.
Not regarding this one actually, but overall, I wanted to add something. So,
which one did you want to switch to?
the 11th one, develop methods for wind-based. I just wanted to add that along with the wind structure or the wind products, can we add somewhere precipitation products as well? Because ultimately, on the first day itself, it was shown that 9 of the 10 deaths are occurring due to water-related, precipitation-related things. And throughout the 21 recommendations, I think we somewhere missed the precipitation part. Even the models find it, resolving the precipitation is an issue with the NWP models as well. So somewhere, the real-time products related to precipitation, whether to add into this or a completely new point that can be thought of. And
So the suggestion is to either incorporate precipitation into this recommendation or to craft a separate one specific to precipitation. Are there comments or any strong feelings against incorporating precipitation into this recommendation?
Yeah, I'll read this recommendation and I feel like it's really a nice targeted one in terms of sitting in the warning center and how we're looking at assessing what the wind is. I think I don't have any objections to precipitation being somewhere, but not in this recommendation. I really like the way that this one's very specific and targeted.
While Joe ferries a mic over to Greg, I want to just quickly note that in the interest of time, we'll take at most 2 more comments, definitely this one. And if you have further feedback, please go ahead and reach out to me so that we can go ahead and stay on task. So Greg, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment on precipitation at the end, but now's a good time to do it. I've been on a number of advisory groups for industry over the past few decades, and in particular the last couple of decades, and I have to say that precipitation comes up as frequently as wind. And in the last few years, it's come up a lot more frequently because the thing that's really been changing is not the winds. They're going up, yeah, but the thing that's really changed is precipitation. And if you just do it on a volume basis, the precipitation is more than doubled in the last few years. And so I think if you're actually doing this so that you can actually satisfy the impacts and also satisfy the customers, you have to include precipitation explicitly in there.
Thank you for that. We are needing to move on, so if you have any further comments, please email me. We do have to wrap up here. So thank you so much for your patience and your feedback in going through 21 recommendations, for all the feedback you provided for us to be able to make it 21 and not 50. And again, really appreciate you contributing to this important outcome of the workshop.
So thank you to Kim in particular, also Alan and Chris for your great work on this. Also congratulations for having it at 21. That beat me, certainly. I was 35 on the last one, so great job. So now I believe we are, Joe, did you want to say anything or? Huh? Okay. Okay, yes, please.
The Honorable Deputy of Meteorology of Badan Meteorologi, Klimatologi, dan Geofisika, Dr. Handes Guswanto.
The Honorable Vice President of WMO, Dr. Albert Morris.
The Honorable Director, Disaster Risk Reduction and Public Services Branch, Services Department, representing WMO, Mr. Cyril Honore.
The Honorable Co-Chair of Foster Communication within and between operational and research communities to identify needs and opportunities in tropical cyclone operational and research, and to offer recommendation for action that will improve the global knowledge and response to tropical cyclone. We have 21 proposed recommendations from IWTC-10. Thank you for all your hard work, your participants to join every session from the day one until this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite to deliver a speech Director Disaster for Risk Reduction and Public Services Branch, Services Department, representing WMO, Mr. Cyril Honore.
I hope, yes, it works. Dr. Guswanto, Dr. Pratseo, I believe is also with us today, Director for Marine Services under the Director General Guswanto in charge of meteorology, Dr. Fakhri Khachab, our Director for Public Services in Public Weather Services in BMKG, and leading the local organizing committee. Dear co-chairs, and if I may say so, with these 21 recommendations, and we could see the nice structure of those recommendations started by the value chain idea, starting with very technical considerations. And for those recommendations which WMO will do its best to support and progress on in the next years, starts with satellite technology, remote sensing, up to the very last one on impact-based forecasting and warning, which covers actually the full spectrum. So I would like to say a huge thank you again to the topic leads, to the rapporteurs, to all of you for your inputs as well, that made such a rich discussion over the course of these 5 days, and that now provide a way forward for us all to consider. And the importance of connection between the research operational community is something that we strongly appreciate. And based on these last recommendations, you see that this is also about connecting as widely as possible to the variety of stakeholders and the people we serve. So very, very productive workshop. We are very pleased with that. And I have to also express a specific, reiterated, and very warm thank you to BMKG again. What a tremendous arrangement for this workshop. You did outstanding preparations and provided us with not only very comfortable working conditions here, but again, the BMKG and government of Indonesia a generous welcome, support, including in all dimensions of working arrangements, but also facilitating all these side conversations with such a tremendous hospitality. So a million thanks again. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honori, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speech will be delivered by co-chair of the 10th IWTC. Please welcome Dr. Robert Roger and Mr. Joe Courtney.
Thank you very much. I also want to echo Cyril's thanks to BMKG and the local organizing committee, the government of Indonesia. This was a terrific, fantastic venue. I think we all really enjoyed ourselves here, had some great conversations. The excursion was wonderful and very unique, so that was very much appreciated. I also want to thank again my co-chair, Joe. It's been great working with you, and so thank you again for everything that you've done. Especially want to thank the topic chairs. A lot of the work you did really made it easier for us, so thank you, as well as the rapporteurs and working group members. Special thanks to Kim. She did a great job, as I knew she would, so thank you as well. So when you go back and you look at this theme here, improve TC science and services for better decision making. When we thought this theme up, I specifically had that exact value chain in mind. So Cyril talked about, and the recommendations, as you saw, really did an excellent job, I thought, of addressing all aspects of that value chain. And so to me, that's very gratifying. And I really want to thank you all for really bringing this to light and bringing it to life. And hopefully we can continue to build upon this to strengthen those bridges, as Brian talked about it on the first day. Between those mountains of expertise, these bridges are where the value is lost. And so let's continue to build those bridges and continue to strengthen our products and services to ultimately enable better decision making. The last thing I wanted to say is that Cyril made a comment about the side conversations and so forth, and I really think that that's the essence of this workshop, and I hope we don't lose sight of that. These recommendations are vital, but we also need to continue to build upon the interactions that we have. This is really one of the only ways that we can bring together the research community, the forecasting community from all over the world to share our experiences, learn from each other, where we have strengths, where we have needs, ultimately to make this whole process a better outcome. So let's never lose sight of that either, I'd say. So thank you again, and I'm going to pass it to Joe.
Thanks, Rob. Well, I am so happy, not that we're finishing, but that we've had such a great workshop. I'm so grateful to WMO for helping to organize this, and the co-organizers. And as Rob said, and Cyril said so eloquently, to BMKG particularly. I'm not sure if you realize just BMKG coming, we didn't give them a lot of notice. So they came in at almost I won't say last minute, but we didn't give them much warning, and they have done such a superb job. So in addition, and I want to do just a little interaction here. So just to get your feedback, we do have a formal feedback, which I showed before, but can I just ask you to just log in? You can either scan the QR code or go to menti.com with the code 15106896 if you can't do the QR code. And I'm asking two quick questions just to get a sense of how we are all feeling and what we might be thinking. So, and let's just see. So, fantastic. So, and whilst that's up there, I'm going to just add some more comments. So, on Monday, I put out a challenge with this theme about decision making for researchers engaging with forecasters, and even if you're doing work, why don't make your co-author an operational person to understand the consequence of your research? And forecasters, our job is to be prepared for those difficult forecasting moments, and we need to build on the collective wisdom amongst our fellow forecasters, but also the research community. Because we are, as I said before, standing on the shoulders of all the wisdom that we have come before. So I've really appreciated the veterans of the community being here and adding their wisdom, but also, and the online community. We've had a great diversity of people across geographic regions, age groups, and experiences. So and I really want to speak on behalf of the operational community, maybe not so much from the RSMC, but from those non-RSMC forecasters who don't have the support internally, don't have the tools, the systems that are quite sophisticated, but they are required to do the communication to those people who are affected. So it's particularly for them where some of these concepts may be very difficult, but these opportunities to go and take home some specific actions and not just to make it just one-off, to build on these relationships that we've had this week. And look at that, so.
One of the words up there is TC dance, so bravo, Joe, for that.
Yes, it's mandatory to take that back to practice in your own office. And I'm just going to also, let's see, how do I do that? So I will encourage people to do the post-event survey. And with that, I will pass back to Deanna, and thank you very much for the honor of being your co-chair with Rob.
Thank you to Dr. Rob and to Mr. Joe. Last but not least, we would like to listen to the speech from the host of IWTC-X. On behalf of the head of Badan Meteorologi, Klimatologi, dan Geofisika, Mr. Guswanto, floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Vice President of WMO, Mr. Albert Martis, the Honorable Director of Disaster Risk Reduction and Public Services Branch Services Department representing WMO, Mr. Cyril Honor, the Honorable Co-Chair of the 10 IWTC, Dr. Robert Rogers and Joe Courtney, distinguished member status representative of the Tropical Cyclone Early Warning System. And I would also like to greet the online participant, and the honorable ladies and gentlemen. Tropical cyclone is one of the atmospheric phenomena that can give an impact not only to this area around the track, but tropical cyclone also the wider area surrounding its phenomenon. Thus, the global initiative to reduce the risk of tropical cyclone is playing a key role. Ladies and gentlemen, International Workshop on Tropical Cyclone is one of the significant efforts carried out by the global tropical cyclone committees to find new method and technology in order to leverage the quality of services in tropical cyclone forecast and warning that the end of will reduce the risk of disaster caused by tropical cyclone. This year, this 4-yearly workshop in the entering 10 session, and BMKG is very honored and grateful to the host. The 10 international workshop on tropical cyclone. BMKG also apologize if there are any shortcoming while hosting IWTC. From this day's workshop, we learn that the goal of the reducing the risk of disaster caused by tropical cyclone, we need to prepare the service integratively. We cannot only talk about the scientific atmospheric method, but also we have to careful think about how to effectively communicate to service to the public. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the recommendation from this IWTC 10 will be lead us to the better quality of service of tropical cyclone. As a host country, we are very honored and grateful to have a chance to become a witness a historical event. I do hope that IWTC will keep continuing its role on providing a guidance to the global tropical cyclone communities. Finally, on behalf of Director General of BMKG, Permanent Representative of Indonesia with WMO, I would like to convey my highly appreciation and thanks to all participants for your active participation in this workshop. Wish you all a safe trip back to your home and country, and send my warm regard to your family and colleagues. Dahil sayang alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, I declare 10 international workshop on tropical cyclone is officially closed. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Guswanto untuk sambutan dan juga menutup dengan resmi kegiatan International Workshop on Tropical Cyclone ke-10. And ladies and gentlemen, now we present a video of the 10th International Workshop on Tropical Cyclone 2022.
Please
enjoy.
Okay. Just a short video to memorize us. So I would like to invite all the LOC to come to the stage to say thanks to all the participants. I cannot count how many people support me, so. Ya, oke. Tunggu sebentar, terus ada gitu ya. Okay, we are not going to sing. No, not even dissidents. It's your credit. Okay, we just want to say thanks to all participants here. Hope you enjoy your 5 days here in Bali, and our apologies is our services if any of our not meet your expectations. So once again, thank you all. Bye-bye. See you in, yeah, and also the IT team. Okay? Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Safety break to your home. Thank you.
Our big appreciation to all the honorable speaker, presenter, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for visiting Bali, Indonesia.
I am Diana.
And I am Murni.
See you.
Bye. One more time for the airport arrangement. If you stay in Patra and Holiday Inns Express, you can straight go to the receptionist to go to the airport. If you stay in other hotel beside Patra and Holiday Inns, you can see the airport arrangement in front of Denpasar Ballroom. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you also still get lunch here. Please, if you enjoy lunch in the restaurant.
Okay. First.
Attention to all the participants. We still provide lunch at the restaurant today. Again, we still provide lunch at the restaurant today.
Carl Benjamin. Yeah,
And
thank you.
congratulations for such a great meeting.
Oh, thank you.
One of the best I have been ever.
Is that right? Thank you. It was a lot of fun to do. I mean, it was a lot of work, but glad it's done. But, yeah, a lot of great feedback and input too. So thanks for your comments.
Back to Miami.
I go back to Miami and then I go to Chicago 12 hours later.
Wow.
Go to AGU.